Welcome, my dear friend. Have you noticed it? That subtle shift in the way people look at you. It's almost like the air around you is charged with something invisible, yet undeniably felt. Conversations seem to pause when you enter a room. Eyes linger on you, just a little too long, not out of judgment, but out of wonder. They don't understand it, but they know something is different about you. And deep down, maybe you've asked yourself the same question. What changed? You didn't make any grand announcements. You didn't try to stand out. Yet here you are, undeniably different. There's a quiet energy around you now, a kind of presence that speaks louder than words. You can feel it the moment you walk into a space, the way the room shifts, the way people glance your way, as if something about you is catching their attention. It's not your appearance, your clothes, or even your confidence. No, it's the mark of transformation, something profound within you that can't be faked, something that no mirror can truly reflect. What's happening to you is far beyond the surface. It's the unmistakable mark of divine restoration, and the world is only just beginning to catch up to that truth. You have been chosen, not by chance, but by design. And those around you, they may not know it yet, but they are witnessing the manifestation of God's work in your life. So, what are they seeing in you? Is it just a glimpse of the new you, or is it a deeper recognition of something far greater? Let's explore this together. I encourage you to share your thoughts in the comments, and if this message resonates with you, consider leaving a super thanks. We are all part of this community of growth and discovery. Together, let's uncover the true power of the transformation taking place in your life. Are you ready to fully embrace the divine mark on you? What do others truly see when they look at you? God's chosen ones. You are being watched. Here's what they really see. Have you ever felt the weight of an invisible gaze upon you? A subtle awareness that, despite being surrounded by the noise and distractions of the world, you are being observed in ways that transcend human understanding? This sensation is not merely coincidental, my dear friend. It is a profound truth, one that has been etched into the very core of your being. The chosen ones, those marked by the divine, destined for greatness, are continuously under the watchful eye of both the seen and unseen. And what do they see when they look at you? It is not the superficial facade that many believe is all that exists. No, they see something far deeper, something that transcends the physical realm. The gift of divine discernment, often misunderstood and underappreciated, allows them to perceive the soul's true essence. They see the light of the divine spark within you, the unique frequency that resonates with the heavens themselves. This is not just an intuition or a mere feeling. It is the gift of supernatural awareness, a gift given to those who have been marked by the Creator to carry out His will on earth. And make no mistake, this mark is not something that can be hidden. It will be noticed, both by those who are aligned with God's purpose and by those who seek to disrupt His plan. I have called you by name. You are mine. Isaiah 43:1. These words from the Bible ring true for each and every one of you who have felt the call of the divine. You are not just an ordinary being walking through life. You are a vessel chosen for a purpose greater than you can yet fully comprehend. Those who look at you, those who truly see, perceive this purpose. It may not always be clear to you, but to the spiritually awakened, it is undeniable. And yet, this divine calling comes with its own set of challenges. Why? Because the very fact that you are chosen sets you apart from others. It creates a distinct difference that the world often fails to understand. In the book of 1 Peter 2-9, it is written, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His wonderful light." As the chosen ones, you are often the subject of scrutiny and misunderstanding. Just as the light of a star attracts the gaze of both the admiring and the envious, your divine light will draw both praise and jealousy. You must remain steadfast, for those who are blind to this truth will never comprehend the light that burns within you. Take a moment to reflect. Have you ever felt like you were surrounded by people, yet still felt deeply alone? This is not because you are disconnected, but because you are aligned with a frequency that few around you can hear or understand. It is as if you are tuned to a different wavelength, one that resonates only with the divine and those who share your purpose. In the same way, a tree reaches for the sky, unable to explain why, but driven by an inner force, you, too, are pulled towards a higher calling. In the natural world, the mighty eagle soars above the storm. It does not seek the chaos below, but rises above it, guided by an instinct that others do not possess. Similarly, the chosen ones are often called to rise above the noise of the world. Do you feel that pull, that subtle guidance leading you higher, further than you ever thought possible? Trust in it, for it is the divine whisper urging you to fulfill the purpose for which you were created. However, there are those who seek to understand this divine power, but cannot fathom it. They live in a world of shadows, constantly searching for meaning yet unable to grasp the deeper truths. In the words of the famous theologian C.S. Lewis, "You are never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream. The chosen ones, though they may face trials and persecution, have a divine strength that the world cannot comprehend." Let me share with you a story of a famous artist, one who was not immediately recognized in his time, but whose work transcended his earthly limitations. Vincent van Gogh, though misunderstood during his life, produced masterpieces that are now seen as some of the most iconic works of art in history. Van Gogh's struggles, his inner turmoil, and his search for meaning were all part of the divine journey that led to his eventual recognition. His work, like that of the chosen ones, was misunderstood by the world, yet it had a divine spark that could not be extinguished. Just like Van Gogh, your divine light will often be misjudged or rejected by the world. But know this, the very essence of your being, the frequency that resonates within you, will not be silenced. You are here for a purpose, and though you may not always understand it, the world is watching. And what do they see? They see a reflection of God's power, His love, and His purpose. In the natural world, the lotus flower grows in the mud, rising above the murk and mire to bloom in all its beauty. Just as the lotus does not shy away from the dirt, the chosen ones are called to rise above the trials and tribulations of this life. What do they really see? They see a soul that refuses to be defined by the darkness, one that continues to shine regardless of the circumstances. Reflect on this. What is the divine gift you have been entrusted with? Are you using it to its fullest potential, or are you allowing fear, doubt, and misunderstanding to cloud your vision? Your divine calling is not just a gift, it is your purpose. Embrace it, for it is only when you do that you will begin to see the full extent of the divine power that resides within you. Let this be a reminder to you, chosen one. You are not just a witness to this world, you are an active participant in its transformation. The divine sees you, the world is watching. Now, the question is, are you ready to step fully into your purpose? In the quiet moments when you smile, in the gentle tone of your voice, and even in the stillness of your presence, a profound transformation is happening. It's not just the surface-level calmness that people notice, but a deeper, divine restoration leaking through every word and gesture you make. What is it? It's the visible sign of survival, a testimony to the trials you've faced, the battles you've fought, and the fire you've walked through. Can you feel it? That subtle energy, that pull of something more significant radiating from within you. You may not even recognize it yourself, but the world does. People may not always understand what they're witnessing, but they can certainly feel it. There's a divine approval that rests upon you, a quiet yet undeniable mark that speaks volumes without uttering a single word. The truth is, you carry the evidence of survival, something that has been tempered by the trials of life, forged in the fires of adversity. And that, my friend, is nothing short of miraculous. Just like the precious gold that shines after passing through fire, your soul shines with a divine glow. The trials didn't break you, they refined you, shaped you, and set you apart. This is the divine approval that so many seek, but few truly understand. It's not loud, it's not boastful, but it is powerful. It doesn't scream for attention, it simply is. The Bible tells us in Isaiah 48:10, "See, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." This scripture is not just a historical account, it is the reality for every chosen one, every individual who has been through hardship and come out on the other side, not merely surviving, but thriving. Your restoration is not accidental, it is part of the divine plan. Those who look at you are not seeing just a person, they are witnessing the evidence of God's hand upon your life. The fire that once threatened to consume you has now become the very force that purifies and strengthens you. Have you ever wondered why you stand out in a crowd, even when you're silent? It's not because of anything superficial, but because you carry the mark of the chosen. Like the moonlight that shines so bright against a darkened sky, your light becomes undeniable when you stop dimming it to fit in. Those who stare at you, who react to your presence, what do they see? They see someone who has been through something extraordinary. They see someone who has tasted the bitterness of life and emerged with something far more precious than before. This is divine approval. This is what happens when God's love and purpose work through every trial. But He knows the way that I take. When He has tested me, I will come forth as gold. Job 23:10. The book of Job is a powerful testament to divine refinement. Job endured unimaginable suffering, but in the end, his faith and perseverance made him a vessel of God's divine approval. The same can be said of you. You may have faced moments when you thought you couldn't go on, but those moments were merely the proving grounds for what was to come. Consider the example of Walt Disney, the iconic visionary and entrepreneur. Before his empire of entertainment and magic, he faced rejection after rejection, often dismissed as incapable and unworthy. Yet, through the trials, through the battles of doubt and failure, Disney refined his vision, and eventually the world witnessed the golden result. His story, much like yours, is a testament to the refining power of adversity, a perfect example of divine approval in the midst of struggle. In fact, it's often the case that the greatest restorations come in the quietest moments. It's not the loud, attention-grabbing events that make the most impact. Rather, it's the stillness, the quiet strength, the subtle but undeniable glow that emanates from those who have walked through the fire and come out on the other side. This restoration is often felt, not seen. It's the peace in your eyes that tells the world you are more than a survivor, you are a conqueror. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Matthew 5-4. The world does not understand this, but you, the chosen ones, know the depth of this promise. The mourning, the pain, the anguish, it's all part of the divine process. But the comfort that follows is like the balm to a wounded soul. It's in this comfort that the restoration of God becomes tangible. People may look at you and not see the tears that have been shed, the struggles you've faced, but they will feel the peace that surrounds you, and that peace comes only from God's divine approval. In a breathtaking piece of classical music, Beethoven's Ode to Joy embodies the ultimate triumph over adversity. Despite his personal struggles with deafness, Beethoven composed some of the most powerful music the world has ever known. His resilience is reflected in every note, each one a testament to his spirit and his ability to rise above. Much like Beethoven, your restoration may not be understood by the world, but it will reverberate through the lives you touch. So, what do they really see when they look at you? They see someone who has been through the furnace and come out gold. They see the quiet strength that only those who have faced the fire can understand. But do you recognize this strength in yourself? Are you fully aware of the transformation you have undergone? This restoration is not something to hide. It is your testimony, and it carries the weight of divine approval. As you reflect on this truth, take a moment to ask, what is it that others see when they look at me? Is it the glow of divine approval, the evidence of a life restored, or do I still hide behind the walls I've built to protect myself from being truly seen? Your restoration is a powerful gift, one that deserves to shine for the world to see. Do you dare to let it? The restoration that you carry, just like the treasure hidden in clay vessels, shines brightest when you allow God to use your story. Embrace the fire that refines you, for through it you will become something so much greater than you can imagine. Rise, chosen one, and let the world see the evidence of your survival. Let them witness the divine glow that is uniquely yours. There's something undeniably powerful in the way you carry yourself. It's not loud or attention-seeking, but rather it's a quiet confidence that radiates from within, wrapped in grace. This peace that exudes from you, it's not something you have to force. It's a peace that the world notices, even if they don't understand it. And for some, this peace is a mirror to what they've longed for, but never thought possible. They see it in you, and suddenly, the very core of their beliefs about themselves starts to shift. This isn't just a superficial calmness, it's a deep, divine serenity that comes from knowing your purpose, being aligned with something greater than yourself. There's a purity to your energy, a holiness that others may not comprehend, but they certainly feel. Have you ever noticed how the way others react to you seems different? It's as if your very presence challenges the limitations they've placed on themselves. It's unsettling for some, inspiring for others. But either way, it stirs something deep within them. They see something in you they thought was impossible for themselves to possess. And when they do, it shakes them because they realize they're no longer the same. In the book of Matthew 5:14, Jesus says, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." This is exactly what you carry within you, a light that cannot be dimmed, no matter how hard others try to ignore it. It's not about boasting or seeking validation from the world around you. It's about living so authentically, so deeply aligned with God's purpose for you, that your very presence illuminates the darkness of others' doubts and fears. Just as the sun rises over the horizon, casting its light on everything it touches, your peace and your purity disrupt the darkness in those around you, whether they acknowledge it or not. But here's the deeper truth. It's unsettling to those who are still in the dark. You've felt it, haven't you? That awkward tension when someone looks at you with confusion or even resistance. They may not know why, but there's something about your peace, your quiet confidence, that unnerves them. It's because they see something they've longed for, but never thought possible for themselves. Why? Because they've lived in a world where chaos reigns, where self-doubt and insecurity dominate their lives. To see someone with this calm assurance is a challenge to everything they've believed about their own limitations. There's a reason why the Bible says in Philippians 4:7, "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." This peace isn't something that can be easily explained or replicated. It's a supernatural gift, a divine protection that guards your heart and mind, keeping you aligned with God's purpose, even in the face of opposition. And when others witness it, it challenges their worldview in the most profound way. The eagle, for example, is one of the most majestic creatures in nature. It flies high above the storm, unshaken by the turmoil below. When you walk in your divine purpose, it's as if you, too, are soaring above the storms of life. Have you ever had that moment of stillness, where everything around you seems to pause, and you realize you are the calm in the chaos? This is not a coincidence. This is the divine energy at work within you, drawing others' attention without you even realizing it. Yet, not everyone will react the same way to your peace. There will be those who cannot bear it, those who will look at you with envy, resentment, or even anger. Just as the thorn bush grows beside a blooming rose, there will always be those who cannot bear the beauty of your flourishing. They are still trapped in their own struggles, unable to find the peace they so desperately crave. And when they see it in you, It challenges them. It forces them to confront the part of themselves they have kept hidden, the part that has been waiting to be awakened by the same divine grace you carry. One such example can be seen in the life of Nelson Mandela. He spent 27 years in prison, enduring harsh conditions, yet his spirit never wavered. Even in the face of unimaginable adversity, he radiated peace and strength, qualities that inspired millions around the world. Those who had once tried to silence him were forced to confront their own limitations and prejudices, ultimately being changed by his resilience and unshakable confidence. Mandela didn't need to shout or demand attention. His quiet strength spoke volumes. Just like you, his inner peace disturbed the world around him, but in the most profound and transformative way. But here's the crucial point. You can't hide it anymore. The peace, the purity, the quiet confidence, it's too powerful to be concealed. Once it's been awakened within you, there's no turning back. It will shine through every interaction, every decision, every moment. It will challenge those around you to see the possibility of peace in their own lives. And yes, it may make them uncomfortable, but in the discomfort lies the seed of transformation. In the words of Romans 8:19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." This is your moment. This is the time when your peace, your divine confidence, will be revealed to the world. It's not something to hide or dim down, it's something to let shine brightly. For in that light, others will find hope, peace, and the possibility of transformation. So, the question becomes, are you ready to let your light shine fully? Are you prepared to embrace the discomfort of others' reactions and still stand in the power of your peace? The world needs it now more than ever. Rise, chosen one. Let the quiet confidence that lives within you break through every barrier. Let it challenge the world around you, for in your peace the world will find the rest they so desperately seek. Stand firm, knowing that your divine purpose is greater than any opposition. It's time to stop hiding and start shining. There comes a moment in every divine journey when the universe, orchestrated by God Himself, shifts, and your purpose cannot remain hidden any longer. It's as if the very fabric of existence itself aligns to announce your presence. When God decides it's time for your becoming to be seen, He lets your frequency announce it. And when this divine shift occurs, it's not subtle, it's undeniable. The world around you will begin to notice something different. The way you walk, speak, and even the energy you radiate will no longer be something that can be ignored. The change within you begins to ripple outwards, and those who are spiritually awake will feel it before they understand it. What does this mean for you, the chosen one? You've felt it, haven't you? That subtle yet undeniable change in the air around you. It's not just the way you've grown, it's the way the world now sees you. Don't misinterpret the stairs you are climbing, the obstacles you've overcome, or the challenges you face. They are not about vanity or showing off. They are, in fact, about recognition. A recognition that comes from something far greater than the world can offer. These are not the steps that lead you to pride. Instead, they are the steps of acknowledgement, of divine purpose unfolding. This recognition is not from man, it is from heaven. In the book of Matthew 5:16, it is written, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." As you ascend the divine ladder that God has set before you, the light within you grows ever brighter. And as it does, those around you will begin to reflect it. You may not always see it, but others will. You've crossed an invisible threshold, one that not only transforms you, but transforms the way the world perceives you. Your environment has shifted, and now your surroundings serve as a mirror that reflects what heaven already knows about you. But here's the thing. You're no longer just a reflection of what others think. You are now a reflection of what heaven sees, of the divine calling that has always rested upon your life. Those around you may not always understand this transformation, but they feel it. You see, when you shift spiritually, your surroundings, your relationships, your challenges, they begin to mirror the truth that God has already placed in you. Your frequency, once quiet, is now resonating with the divine. It announces to the world, the chosen one has arrived. Have you noticed the way people look at you now? How their eyes linger just a bit longer, trying to understand what has changed. What do they see in you now? It's not the surface level changes that are obvious. It's the spiritual shift that they can sense but cannot fully comprehend. It is as if you are a living reflection of heaven's promises, and your very presence is both a challenge and an invitation to those around you to see beyond the physical. And what about you? Do you feel this divine shift within? Do you recognize the frequency that now emanates from your spirit? In the same way that an artist's masterpiece is revealed gradually, layer by layer, your becoming is being unveiled in stages. The artist, God, the divine creator, has been crafting you with intention and care. What others see now is merely the final stages of a work that was in progress long before you became aware of it. As in the story of David, who was anointed king in his youth, but not revealed as such until much later, you too have been hidden, protected, and prepared for a time of revealing. 1 Samuel 16:7 says, "But the Lord said to Samuel, do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." Your inner transformation, your heart has already been seen by God, and now it is time for the world to catch up. The way you now navigate your life is different because you are aligned with a higher purpose. The world sees the shift, but it is only when you align yourself fully with God's divine plan that you begin to experience the full manifestation of your calling. It is as if your surroundings have become the mirror to your spirit. The way people react to you, the opportunities that begin to open up, and even the obstacles you face, they all begin to reflect the higher calling God has placed on your life. The spiritual threshold you've crossed is now visible to those around you, even if they don't understand it. Take a moment and think of Thomas Edison, a man whose vision and purpose were not immediately recognized. He faced countless failures and rejections before his inventions, like the light bulb, were acknowledged by the world. Yet, through each failure, his divine frequency, his unwavering belief in his purpose was being sharpened. Edison did not stop when the world failed to recognize his greatness. He persisted. Just as the skies were once dark, yet now the world is illuminated by electric light, you, too, will begin to illuminate the world around you as your purpose becomes clearer. However, there are always those who cannot bear the light you carry. Just as the moon, when it shines too brightly, casts shadows on the earth, your radiance may expose the shadows within others. There will be those who challenge you, those who resist the divine shift in you. But understand this, these challenges are part of the divine process. Just as Judas betrayed Jesus, it was only through this betrayal that Jesus' divine purpose was fulfilled. The opposition you face will not defeat you. It will propel you to the next level of your divine becoming. As you step into this new phase of your life, remember that you are no longer just passing through life. You are living out a divine purpose, one that has been written for you since before time began. And as the world begins to see you, it will also begin to see the God within you. Rise now, chosen one. The threshold has been crossed, the world is watching, and heaven has already declared your purpose. It is time to live boldly, to embrace the divine frequency that is yours, and to let the world reflect back what heaven already sees. There comes a moment in every chosen one's life when they must let go of the old version of themselves that doubted, apologized, and over-explained every action. This transformation, though silent, is profound. It's not about announcing your changes or seeking validation from the world around you. No longer do you ask for permission to exist. Something has shifted within you. You've finally stepped into your divine authority, and while you may not have uttered a single word about it, the world can feel it. This change is evident in the way you move through the world now. Your calm doesn't read as weakness anymore. It speaks with an authority that those around you cannot ignore. The peace you once used to mask uncertainty has now become your strength, your divine signature. It's the kind of calm that only those who have been shaped by the fires of life can carry. It's the stillness of someone who knows they are chosen, someone who understands their worth not in the eyes of the world, but in the eyes of God. Do you recognize this shift? Can you feel how much more centered, grounded, and powerful you have become? It's not just a change in how others perceive you, it's the shift in your own spirit. The old you, the one who second-guessed, who doubted their place in this world, has been left behind. And now, the person who stands before the world is no longer seeking permission. They are not waiting for approval. They are the approval. Your self-possession radiates in ways that words cannot describe. In 2 Timothy 1-7, we are reminded, "For the Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline." When you step into your divine authority, it's not about arrogance or pride. It's about confidence that comes from a deep understanding of who you are in Christ. Your self-possession is not a facade, it's the real, powerful force of God working through you. When you hold your silence now, it carries weight because it is a silence rooted in a divine understanding that transcends the noise of this world. This divine shift isn't immediately obvious to those who haven't walked this path, but those who are spiritually awake feel it. The silence of someone approved by heaven is different. It is not empty, but full of meaning, strength, and divine purpose. Just as the mighty oak tree stands tall and unmoving amidst the fiercest storms, your silence too speaks volumes. It is the calm at the center of chaos, the stillness that comes with complete surrender to God's will. In the life of Maya Angelou, a renowned poet and activist, we see this transformation in full effect. Early in her life, she struggled with self-doubt, silence, and feelings of inadequacy. But as she grew in confidence, her voice became one of the most powerful tools of change in the world. Her quiet strength was unmistakable, and though she spoke words of deep meaning, it was her presence that commanded respect. Maya Angelou didn't seek permission to speak. She simply spoke, knowing the weight of her words and the power behind her silence. Similarly, Matthew 5:14 reminds us that you are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. The divine authority you now walk in is impossible to ignore. Your very presence, your quiet strength, becomes a beacon for those around you. People might not fully understand what they are feeling, but they cannot deny the power you carry. This isn't the type of power that seeks attention. It is the power of someone who knows their place in the world, their divine purpose, and is no longer afraid to walk in it. Have you ever wondered how those who've been through great trials seem to stand with such quiet confidence? The kind of confidence that doesn't need to prove itself. It's not boastful or arrogant, but simply steady. This is the kind of calm that comes from being truly known, not by man, but by God. When you stop seeking approval from the world, your silence becomes your loudest declaration. You no longer need to explain yourself, because your life is the explanation. Take, for example, the story of Joseph from the Bible. Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his brothers, spent years enduring hardship and betrayal. Yet, when his time came, he stood before the Pharaoh, not seeking validation, but declaring the wisdom God had given him. His confidence was not in his own abilities, but in the divine purpose that had been placed on his life. Genesis 41:16 captures this moment. "I cannot do it," Joseph replied to Pharaoh, "but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." Joseph didn't apologize for who he was, nor did he seek permission to fulfill his purpose. His silence, in the face of adversity, carried divine weight because he knew who he was, God's chosen vessel. This type of transformation is not a one-time event, it's an ongoing process. As you continue to evolve, you will no longer feel the need to over-explain yourself to others. You will not apologize for taking up space in this world. Instead, your life will speak for itself. The way you hold your silence will be a testament to the deep connection you have with God. Your silence is not passive, it is full of authority and divine purpose. As Rumi, the famous poet, once said, "Don't grieve. Anything you lose comes round in new form." Just as Rumi understood that transformation is inevitable, so must you embrace the quiet confidence that comes with personal growth. The version of yourself that once doubted and apologized is gone. You've crossed the threshold into your true divine self, and now you must walk with the authority that comes from knowing you are fully aligned with your purpose. It's time to rise, chosen one. No more apologies, no more over-explanation. Step into the silence that carries weight. Step into the authority that heaven has placed upon you. You are no longer seeking permission to exist. You are living out the truth of your divine calling, and the world is beginning to see it. There comes a moment in your life when something shifts, something profound. It's as though the very air around you changes, and everything that once felt uncertain now feels clear. People begin to look at you differently. You can feel it, can't you? They're no longer seeing the person who doubted, who hesitated, who wrestled with insecurity. No, they're seeing the person who chose faith, even in the face of uncertainty. But here's the twist. What they're really seeing is not arrogance. It's something far deeper. It's assurance. Assurance that was born from walking through life's storms, from navigating uncertainty, and yet still choosing to trust in something greater than yourself. This assurance doesn't come from human strength. It comes from something far more divine. It comes from a place of deep spiritual knowing, a place where God has moved in your life in such a way that the world can no longer ignore His hand upon you. The truth is, when God changes your atmosphere, He changes your reflection in the eyes of others as well. People are no longer seeing just the surface. They are now perceiving the divine transformation that has occurred deep within you. Just like the way the sun transforms the landscape at dawn, where shadows disappear and everything becomes illuminated, your life too has been touched by divine light. And that light, my dear friend, shines differently now. It hits you differently because you are no longer the same person. You have been refined. You have been purified through the fire of life's trials. And just like gold, which must endure extreme heat to reveal its brilliance, your soul has been tempered by adversity, and now it radiates a beauty and strength that was hidden from the world before. In the Bible, Matthew 5:14 declares, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." When God's light touches your life, it's not something that can be concealed. Your very presence shifts the atmosphere around you. The people around you sense something profound, even if they can't articulate it. Your assurance, your peace commands attention because it's a peace that has been forged in the fire. It's a peace that comes from knowing your purpose, from walking through pain and still choosing to trust in God. Have you ever wondered why people can't seem to look away when you enter a room? It's not because of the clothes you wear, the words you say, or the things you do. It's because there is something divine about you now. They can feel it, whether they understand it or not. They see a person who has walked through the wilderness and emerged stronger, wiser, and more radiant. They see someone who has chosen faith over fear, someone who has allowed God to transform their pain into power. When God touches your life, He doesn't just change you internally, He changes how others see you. Genesis 41-46 tells us, Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. Just like Joseph, who was once overlooked and sold into slavery by his brothers, your past may have been full of rejection and hardship. But when God's timing is right, your transformation becomes undeniable. The same people who once overlooked you now see the favor of God upon your life. And what they see is not arrogance, it is the assurance of someone who has been chosen and set apart. There's a profound lesson in the life of Nelson Mandela. After spending 27 years in prison, Mandela emerged with a calm, unwavering strength that surprised the world. It wasn't the arrogance of someone who had been oppressed for so long and finally had power. It was the quiet confidence of someone who had been refined by the fires of injustice. His assurance wasn't just in his ability to lead, it was in the deep conviction that he was walking in God's purpose for his life. The way the world saw him changed because of the internal transformation he underwent during those years. His light, like Joseph's, shone brighter because he trusted in God's timing, even in the darkest moments. But what happens when this divine transformation begins to show? When God's light begins to reflect off of you in such a way that others can no longer deny it. They see something different, something more powerful than mere human strength. They see a person who no longer needs to explain or over-explain their existence. Your calm, your confidence, your peace, they all speak volumes. Your silence is not the silence of defeat or uncertainty. It's the silence of someone who knows their worth. Someone who no longer needs to seek approval from the world because they've already found approval in the eyes of God. In nature, think about how the river flows silently, yet it carves through mountains over time. It doesn't rush or force its way. It simply flows steadily, powerfully, and persistently. The river's strength is in its quiet determination to follow its course. Similarly, your strength, your assurance, is in your quiet faith. It's in knowing that God has placed you exactly where you need to be, and though the world may question it, you remain steadfast, unwavering in your belief. What do others see in you now? They see the light of someone who has been transformed by divine grace. They see someone who no longer seeks to fit into the world's mold, but instead shines with the approval of heaven. And here's the crucial point. You no longer need to prove yourself. The transformation has already occurred, and now you stand in the power of that transformation. Remember, the light that shines through you is not your own. It is a reflection of the divine grace that has been poured into your life. Just like the moon reflects the sun's light, you reflect God's love and purpose. Your assurance is a gift that flows from your connection to Him, and it will continue to shine brighter as you walk in the fullness of your divine calling. Rise now, chosen one. The light within you is brighter than ever. You no longer need to hide or shrink back. Step forward in your assurance, in the peace that comes from knowing God has already declared your worth. The world is waiting to see the brilliance you carry. There comes a point in every chosen one's journey when something shifts so profoundly within you that it can no longer be ignored. Your light becomes undeniable, uncontainable. For some, this light is overwhelming. It doesn't just illuminate, it confronts, it exposes, and it awakens. The world around you may react in ways you never anticipated. They stare, not because you're seeking attention, but because they can feel something different about you. It's not that you are trying to shine, it's that your spirit has simply refused to dim again. You've crossed a threshold, and everything that once held you back has been stripped away, leaving nothing but the raw, pure essence of who you truly are. Let that sink in for a moment. You're no longer striving to prove your worth, and that, my dear friend, is what makes your light so visible. In the past, you may have fought for validation, constantly seeking approval from others. But now, you stand grounded in the truth that your worth was never in question. It was never about earning love, acceptance, or approval. It was about recognizing the divine call on your life and choosing to stand in the fullness of that call. And it is this quiet confidence, this peace, that makes you visible. People are no longer seeing the version of you that doubted, that hesitated, that over-explained. What they see now is a person who has embraced the light within and is no longer afraid to let it shine, no matter the cost. In the Bible, Matthew 5:16 says, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your light is not just for your own benefit. It's a reflection of God's grace, love, and purpose working through you. When you stand firm in your divine purpose, it becomes evident to all who encounter you. And when others see your light, it doesn't just illuminate them, it forces them to confront their own darkness. This is why some people struggle to handle it. The light you carry doesn't allow them to stay in the shadows of doubt, fear, or complacency. It stirs something in them, something they might not be ready to face. Why is it that some people are so uncomfortable around those who walk in their divine light? It's because, deep down, they see a reflection of their own untapped potential, a potential they've been too afraid to confront. They stare not because they are drawn to you, but because they are being confronted with their own truth. They are seeing in you what they have denied in themselves. And for those who are ready to face it, your light becomes a catalyst for their own awakening. Take the example of Oprah Winfrey, a woman whose light has shone brightly for decades. From a troubled childhood to becoming a media mogul, Oprah's light was never about flaunting her success. It was about standing in her truth, facing her pain, and using her platform to inspire others. People were drawn to her not because she tried to shine, but because her authenticity and divine purpose were so evident. Her light didn't just illuminate her, it illuminated the world around her, forcing others to question their own purpose. And just like Oprah, your light is not meant to just serve you. It is meant to shine and stir something in others. When God shifts your atmosphere, He shifts how others see you as well. It's not a transformation you have to explain. It's a change that becomes visible in the way people react to you. You no longer have to prove your worth, because your actions, your presence, and your spirit are already speaking. You are standing in what was always yours, the divine calling and purpose that has been embedded in your soul from the beginning of time. And now, heaven is echoing this truth through the way others respond to you. Their reactions are not a reflection of your efforts. They are a reflection of the divine authority you now carry. Do you feel the power of this transformation? Do you recognize how the world's reactions to you are changing because you've embraced your light, your purpose, and your true identity in Christ? You are no longer seeking to fit into the world's mold. You are becoming the mold. The light that radiates from you now is not temporary, it's eternal. It is rooted in your divine identity, and it cannot be dimmed. In nature, think about how the sun rises each day, unfaltering and unwavering, casting its light on everything beneath it. No matter how much darkness may have surrounded it the night before, the sun does not ask for permission to shine, it simply does. And in its radiance, it illuminates everything it touches. Just as the sun doesn't apologize for its light, neither should you apologize for your divine glow. It is not a light to be hidden, but a light to be shared, to stir the souls of those around you and to awaken them to their own divine potential. However, with such light, there will always be those who resist it, who cannot stand to see the truth reflected back at them. Just as the night sky seems to resist the light of dawn, there are those who will try to suppress the brilliance of your spirit. But just as the dawn always breaks, the resistance will fade, and your light will shine brighter than ever before. Those who cannot handle your transformation will eventually be left in the shadows, while you continue to rise and shine with the fullness of God's glory. And here's the most powerful part. You're not striving to shine, you are simply standing in the fullness of who you are. When you embrace your divine purpose, you stop fighting to be seen. The light you carry becomes a natural result of your inner alignment with God's will. It's no longer about seeking approval, it's about living out the approval you've already received from heaven. Stand tall, chosen one. The world may struggle to handle your light, but that is not your concern. Your concern is to stand firm in your divine calling, to walk confidently in the light that God has placed within you. Your light is not something to dim, it is something to share. And as you stand tall, unashamed and unapologetic, heaven will echo the truth of your existence through the way the world reacts to you. You are walking in what was always yours. Have you noticed something different lately? The air around you seems to have shifted, and so do the conversations you have with others. You might not have said a word, but people are acting differently towards you. Those who once held power over your emotions, those who could easily sway your feelings, now seem to hesitate when they speak to you. Why? It's because they feel the new boundary you've established, not one you announced out loud, but one that has been forged through your growth, your transformation, and your connection to something far greater than yourself. This is what happens when God upgrades your aura. It's not just about you, it's about the divine light that now surrounds you, protecting you, guiding you, and reshaping how others perceive you. What was once malleable and easily influenced is now solid, resilient, and untouchable. Your light has become self-protecting. It no longer needs to be defended because it radiates with such strength that it sets its own boundaries. This light isn't something you've manufactured. It's a result of spiritual growth, a divine upgrade that has been written into your spirit by the hand of God. In Psalm 91:4, it is written, "He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart." This is the essence of what happens when God upgrades your aura. His protection becomes your natural boundary. The more you grow in your spiritual journey, the more you align with his will, and the stronger his presence becomes within you. Your boundaries, once weak and undefined, are now shielded by his faithfulness. When God's light envelops you, it doesn't just change your inner world, it changes how others interact with you. Have you ever walked into a room and felt the shift in energy, even if no one said a word? People can sense when someone has been touched by divine grace. They don't always understand it, but they feel it. Your energy now speaks volumes, and that energy sets a standard. It sets a boundary that doesn't need to be vocalized. It simply exists. In the life of Moses, we see an extraordinary example of this transformation. When Moses encountered God in the burning bush, he was called to lead the people of Israel out of Egypt. As he spent time with God on Mount Sinai, his face became radiant with the glory of God's presence. Exodus 34-29 tells us, "When Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the covenant law in his hands, he was not aware that his face was radiant because he had spoken with the Lord. His aura had been changed, and even though he didn't announce it, those around him could feel the transformation. His face shone with God's glory, and it became a boundary that others couldn't ignore. Similarly, you may not see it right away, but your connection to God's light is evident in your life. Those who once influenced you easily now hesitate to speak over you, to sway you, or to manipulate your emotions. Why? Because your light is no longer something that can be dimmed by external forces. The spiritual growth that you've undergone has created a boundary that people instinctively recognize. It's not a physical barrier, but a shield created by the power of your faith and the clarity of your purpose. Think about how a flower opens up to the sun. At first, it may be hidden among the leaves, unsure of its place. But as the sunlight touches it, the flower begins to bloom, and its beauty becomes undeniable. It doesn't shout to be noticed, it simply exists in the fullness of its purpose, and in doing so, it commands attention. Just as the flower blooms in response to the sun, your aura blossoms in response to God's divine light. Those around you feel the shift, and it often feels like an invisible force that they can't explain. But with this transformation comes a natural resistance from those who are not aligned with their own light, those who haven't yet allowed the divine light to work within them. There will be those who can't handle your growth, who may even resist the changes they see in you. Think of a stone being placed in a river. Initially, the water may flow around it, but over time, the current begins to shape and smooth the stone. Your presence, your energy, is like that stone. The flow of people's energy around you may change, and those who once had influence over you will begin to recognize that they can no longer control your course. The story of Jesus is a perfect example of how divine light both attracts and confronts. Jesus, who was fully aligned with God's purpose, exuded a divine power that both healed and challenged. Matthew 5:14-16 tells us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." In the same way, Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Jesus did not need to declare his power or his purpose. His life spoke for itself. His light was a boundary that no one could cross, and it drew people in while also challenging them to confront their own darkness. Do you feel the weight of this transformation? The boundaries you now set are not born out of pride or arrogance. They are born from the divine authority that comes from being aligned with God's will. You are no longer striving to prove your worth. You are standing firm in your divine purpose, and the world around you will begin to adjust to the light you now carry. People will feel it, whether they fully understand it or not. The light within you is a reflection of divine grace, a power that cannot be ignored. Your aura has been upgraded, and with it, you carry a presence that speaks louder than words ever could. Rise in this truth. Stand firm in the boundaries God has set for you, and know that you are walking in a divine authority that cannot be shaken. Have you ever felt it? That strange sensation when people start looking at you differently, when their eyes linger a bit longer, as if trying to decipher the person you've become. It's not about seeking attention. It's not about trying to be noticed. It's about the undeniable shift within you that repels what is false and magnetizes what is real. When you undergo a divine transformation, something deep within you changes at a frequency that others can't help but feel, even if they don't fully understand it. You didn't ask for this attention, yet here it is. And here's the truth: you didn't seek this change. You didn't force your healing. It just happened. You didn't strive to outgrow the versions of yourself that others were comfortable misunderstanding. No, that's not how divine transformation works. It doesn't ask for permission to be noticed. It announces itself through the very energy that now surrounds you. Like a beacon in the night, your transformation cannot be hidden. It's not just in your actions, but in the very air you breathe, the way you carry yourself, and the light that now radiates from you. You've changed, and the world can feel it. In the Bible, Matthew 5:14-15 says, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." When God works through you, it is impossible to hide. The light that radiates from your transformation cannot be dimmed. It is not about your personal glory, but about God's glory, reflected through your life. Have you felt the shift in your energy? Have you sensed how your presence, without a word spoken, influences the room around you? That is the undeniable effect of divine transformation. But here's the catch. This visibility can feel strange. There's an unease that accompanies this kind of recognition because it doesn't always come with warm embraces or applause. Sometimes people react in awe, other times in confusion. And then there are those who resist it altogether. The very change that has happened within you stirs something deep within them, and not everyone will be able to handle it. Some may feel challenged by the new version of you that they can no longer control. It's as if your very presence forces them to confront their own truths, and for some, that's a battle they're not ready to fight. This resistance is not your burden to bear. It is simply the world's reaction to the divine truth that is now evident in your life. Have you caught those longer stares lately? The moments when the energy around you feels heavier, the air thicker with the presence of something significant? The shift is undeniable. You've noticed it, haven't you? The way people interact with you has changed. It's not your imagination, it's heaven revealing its evidence. This is the manifestation of the transformation you've undergone. You've changed frequencies. What you once resonated with no longer fits who you are now. You have leveled up spiritually, and now the world is adjusting to the divine shift. This shift is like the sunrise over a darkened landscape. At first, it may be hard to notice, but as the light begins to spread, it transforms everything it touches. The shadows that once held sway over your life are now being cast aside by the brilliance of your divine transformation. People can no longer help but notice the light you carry, whether they understand it or not. And for some, this light is a beacon of hope. a sign that they too are capable of change. For others, it is a challenge, an uncomfortable reminder of their own unhealed wounds. Consider David, the shepherd boy who became a king. 1 Samuel 16:13 tells us, "So Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the presence of his brothers. And from that day on the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon David." This divine anointing didn't just change David, it changed how others saw him. His own brothers, who once dismissed him, now had to reckon with the truth that David was chosen by God. Similarly, when God's anointing rests upon you, it changes everything: how you see yourself and how others perceive you. It shifts your environment, it changes your frequency. And as you step further into your divine purpose, those who once had power over your emotions now hesitate to engage with you. It's not because you've declared yourself superior, it's because they feel the new boundary that has been set by your spiritual growth. This boundary is not one you had to announce. It was written into your spirit, forged in the fire of life's challenges. This divine transformation doesn't need to be spoken aloud. It announces itself through the very energy you now emit. In a way, it's similar to how a tree grows strong through the seasons. At first, it may seem delicate, its branches swaying in the wind. But over time, through growth and change, the tree becomes rooted, its branches firm, its presence undeniable. Your light, too, has grown. It is no longer a flicker in the wind. It is a steady flame that cannot be extinguished by the forces of doubt or fear. The truth is, you've changed frequencies, and when heaven confirms you, earth reacts. People will stare, not because you're trying to shine, but because they see something in you that they cannot deny. It's not arrogance, it's assurance. Assurance that comes from walking through the storms and still choosing faith. When God upgrades your aura, you stop striving. You stand in the fullness of your divine calling, and that is what makes you visible. Rise now, chosen one. You are no longer the person who hides, who over-apologizes, who seeks permission to exist. You are the person who stands confidently in the light of God's calling. You don't have to announce your transformation. The world can feel it, and heaven has confirmed it. There was a time when you carried exhaustion. You felt the weight of the world on your shoulders, the constant pull of uncertainty, and the relentless pressure of trying to prove your worth. But that time is over. You no longer carry exhaustion, you carry assignment. Your life is no longer defined by fatigue or doubt. It is defined by purpose. And with that purpose comes divine clarity. You no longer carry fear, you carry discernment. You see things others can't, hear what is unsaid, and understand the deeper currents of life. Your spirit now operates on a different frequency, and even when you remain silent, your presence speaks louder than words ever could. This is why people can't seem to stop staring at you. It's not because you're trying to stand out. It's because something has undeniably changed within you. And here's the thing, this change is not temporary. It's not a phase that will come and go. It's a profound transformation that has been approved by heaven itself. And when heaven approves you, the world feels it, even if they don't understand it. In Romans 8:19, it says, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." This transformation within you is not just an internal shift, it is the outward manifestation of divine approval. Heaven has already recognized you, and now it is becoming visible to those around you. They can feel it, even when they don't know how to put it into words. Have you noticed how people's behavior towards you has started to shift? The way they interact with you feels different. Some soften up, as if your peace calms them. Others become tense, as if your presence stirs up something they've long buried. The thing is, you can't always tell which one is which. At first, all you feel is a subtle vibration in the air, the way someone's energy meets yours. It's not that you're intimidating, but there's an undeniable force that your spirit now exudes. Think of it like a magnet, and the way it naturally attracts certain objects while repelling others. Your energy now operates like that powerful magnet. You draw to you what is aligned with your spirit and your purpose. People who resonate with your peace, who are seeking alignment themselves, are naturally drawn to you. They are calmed by your presence because your peace mirrors the divine peace they are searching for. But then there are others, those who are unsettled by your energy, whose own unresolved fears and insecurities start to surface when they encounter your presence. You may not fully understand why they react this way, but you feel the shift nonetheless. This is not your doing. This is heaven at work in you, showing others the reflection of what they have yet to face in themselves. In the book of Esther, we witness a powerful example of this divine transformation. Esther, once an orphaned girl, became the queen of Persia. But it wasn't her beauty that made her stand out. It was the divine favor that rested upon her life. Esther 5:2 tells us, "When he saw Queen Esther standing in the court, he was pleased with her and held out to her the gold scepter that was in his hand." Esther didn't ask for attention. She didn't seek to prove her worth. Her presence alone, in alignment with God's will, commanded recognition. Similarly, you may not even be trying to make waves in the world, but your very presence now speaks to others in ways that words cannot explain. You've aligned yourself with God's will, and that alignment becomes a visible force in the world around you. This alignment changes how others perceive you, but it doesn't always come with praise. Some people will be drawn to you, others will resist you. Those who are open to change will feel your peace and be drawn to it, seeking comfort and guidance from your presence. But those who are not yet ready for change will feel uncomfortable. Your peace becomes a mirror, showing them what they've lost or ignored within themselves. This might not be something you can explain, but you can feel the tension in the air. It's the sound of divine energy at work, stirring things within others that they may not be ready to face. Think of the way a seed grows in the soil. At first, it's hidden, its potential unseen. But as it begins to sprout, it reaches toward the light. It doesn't struggle or fight for attention. It simply grows, naturally, according to the design that was always within it. As it grows, it begins to attract the light and nutrients it needs, while pushing away what doesn't serve it. Your spirit now operates in a similar way. You have undergone a transformation that is visible to those around you, whether they fully understand it or not. You are no longer the person who doubts their worth or seeks validation. You have embraced your divine assignment, and that assignment has become the very core of who you are. Have you ever felt that subtle shift when someone's energy connects with yours? It's not a confrontation, it's not a fight. It's the natural force of two frequencies meeting, one aligned with peace, purpose, and God's will, and the other, perhaps, seeking that same peace. But this frequency shift doesn't always bring comfort. For some, it challenges them to acknowledge their own growth, their own transformation. And that, my friend, can be unsettling. When heaven approves you, you don't have to fight for space. You don't need to justify your existence, your growth, or your peace. Heaven has already confirmed you, and now the world is slowly catching up to the divine reality that resides within you. And as you continue to grow, the world will continue to adjust to the new frequency you carry. Your light, your energy, your peace will no longer be hidden. So don't doubt the shift. Don't question the reactions of those around you. You are standing in your divine assignment, and heaven is echoing its approval through the way people respond to you. Your spirit has changed frequencies, and now, like a magnet, you are drawing the world's attention not for your glory, but for God's. Stand firm in your light. There comes a moment in your spiritual journey when something profound happens within you. You stop needing to be understood. And it's not just a passing thought, it's a complete shift in your core being. This is when your peace becomes your voice, and the very essence of who you are stands as testimony to your growth. And this shift, this transformation, is what deeply unsettles people who are still chasing approval. They may not even realize it, but every time they look at you, their spirit picks up on the change. They see that quiet strength in you, a stillness that only comes after a storm has passed. In Isaiah 32:17 it says, "The fruit of that righteousness will be peace. Its effect will be quietness and confidence forever." This stillness that others feel in your presence is a reflection of divine peace, a peace that does not need to be explained or validated. It's the peace that emerges after you've weathered the storms of life, learned the lessons, and now your spirit rests in the confidence of who you are in God. Have you noticed how people look at you now? They stare, not because you've changed your appearance, but because they sense the transformation that has taken place deep within you. You used to fill silence with explanations, constantly justifying your actions, your choices, your truth. But now, your silence does the explaining. You no longer need to justify who you are or what you've become. This is growth at its finest, when you reach the point where you no longer feel compelled to shrink your truth to fit the expectations of others. This is the moment of divine favor. You used to make people feel comfortable by hiding your truth, by minimizing your worth to fit into their limited understanding. But now, your truth walks into the room before you even speak a word. People can feel it. They might not always be able to name it, but they sense it. The weight of your past struggles, the burdens you once carried, are gone. Your presence now is a reflection of peace, and peace is louder than any performance. Matthew 5-9 reminds us, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." And that's what you've become, a peacemaker, not only in the world around you, but within yourself. As you stop chasing approval, you give others permission to do the same. And for those who still crave validation, your peace becomes a mirror. It shows them what they could have if they too learned to stop shrinking, stop justifying, and stop running after approval. Your peace is no longer a fleeting emotion. It is a divine foundation that cannot be shaken, even by the harshest winds of external judgment. But here's the deeper truth. You've probably seen it in their eyes. That subtle shift when someone looks at you, tilting their head just a bit, pausing their words, recalibrating themselves. It's not your appearance that makes them stop, it's your energy, your light. They sense something has changed, but they don't know how to categorize the new you. They're reacting to the lightness you carry now, the absence of the weight that used to hold you down. They don't know what to do with this new version of you, because the world has conditioned them to expect you to carry burdens and wear them openly for all to see. But you no longer walk under that heavy yoke. This transformation, this divine favor, isn't something you can explain with words. It's not about trying to prove to others that you've changed or that you are worthy. It is about simply being standing in the truth of who God has called you to be. The more you walk in this truth, the more others will begin to feel the weight of their own assumptions about you crumble. They are recalibrating, learning that you are not the person they once thought you were. They're not reacting to your looks or your words anymore. They are reacting to the new energy you now carry. This energy isn't yours to control, nor is it something you try to force. It is the natural byproduct of your spiritual growth. Your presence, unspoken yet undeniable, becomes a force field that repels what is false and attracts what is real. It's as if you've become a magnet for truth, and those who are seeking it will naturally be drawn to you. But for those still clinging to falsehoods, they will resist it. They may feel uncomfortable around you, as if your truth exposes their own lies, their own unresolved conflicts. And that's okay, because your light was never meant to make everyone comfortable. Proverbs 4:18 tells us, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." As you step further into your divine calling, your light shines brighter, not because you're trying to force it, but because it is your natural state. As the world adjusts to the new you, you must continue to walk boldly in your divine purpose, knowing that this transformation is not just for you, it is a beacon for those around you, even if they are not ready to embrace it yet. Some will be drawn to it because the light you carry will stir something deep within them, a longing for the peace and clarity they see in you. Others will resist it because your peace challenges their turmoil. But you no longer need to worry about either reaction. Your peace is your testimony. Your stillness, your unspoken confidence, is all the proof they need. You've made peace with yourself, and that peace is louder than any performance or explanation. Rise in your peace. Let your stillness do the talking. Let your growth stand as the testimony of divine favor. The world may not understand it yet, but they can feel it, and that is enough. You are no longer the person who fills the silence with explanations. Your truth has entered the room before you do, and that truth, that peace, is louder than anything the world could ever offer you. Some people will be confused by the transformation you've gone through. Some will even feel exposed by it, but it's not because you've judged them. No, it's simply because your calm highlights the chaos within them. And it's crucial to understand that's not your burden to carry. You're not responsible for their discomfort. Transformation has a unique ability to shift the atmosphere, rearranging everything around you without seeking anyone's permission. It forces people to confront what they've been avoiding, what they've left unsettled within themselves. You've probably noticed this shift. People stare at you longer than they used to, and it's not because you're doing anything extraordinary, it's because your presence is now extraordinary. Your inner peace radiates in such a way that it disrupts the balance for some, it draws them in, and for others, it makes them feel like their world is being put under a magnifying glass. But here's what you must understand. This isn't about you needing to analyze every stare. You don't need to dissect every interaction, every glance. Sometimes it's admiration, other times it's conviction. In John 14:27, Jesus tells us, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." This peace you now carry, the stillness that surrounds you, doesn't just exist for you. It exists to be seen. It's not about what you say, but about what you embody. You are walking proof that peace is possible, even in a world that often feels chaotic. And that, my dear friend, is what makes people look twice. They can feel the weight of your transformation. But here's the part that most people miss. It's not just about you. The shift you've undergone isn't only personal, it's something far greater. Your presence activates something in others. When you healed, when you made peace with yourself, it sent a ripple through every space you enter. You are a catalyst for change, and you don't even have to say a word. You simply need to show up. The act of you stepping into the room with your wholeness, your peace, creates an atmosphere that can't be ignored. In the book of Ezekiel, when Ezekiel was shown the valley of dry bones, God commanded the bones to come together and be filled with breath. In Ezekiel 37:10, it says, "So I prophesied as he commanded me, and breath entered them. They came to life and stood up on their feet, a vast army." Just as those dry bones were brought to life by divine intervention, your presence brings life to places that have long been dormant. When you enter a space, the environment shifts. Old patterns break. Unspoken truths rise. Even people who don't know you can feel it. They can feel when a place has just become holy ground. This is why you are in this season of your life. Not to blend in, not to shrink back into the shadows, but to shift atmospheres. You don't have to preach a sermon. You don't need to convince anyone of your worth. You don't need to defend the changes you've made or prove anything to anyone. You simply have to show up in your wholeness. And when you do, the light on you isn't just decoration, it's divine direction. In Matthew 5:14-16, Jesus tells us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your light is meant to be seen. It's meant to draw others to God. When people see you, they're not just seeing you, they're seeing God's favor, His transformation at work within you. And yes, it can feel uncomfortable at times, when eyes linger too long, when energy becomes heavy. When you sense both curiosity and resistance in the same room, it's easy to wonder what you're doing wrong. But remember this, you didn't gain attention, you gained evidence. Evidence that God truly did something inside of you. The very people who once doubted your resilience, who once questioned your strength, are now quietly watching, studying, and wondering how you've done it. They're not looking at you with jealousy, they're looking with wonder. You might even notice it in the way they approach you. They don't know what changed, but they feel it. They want to see if your peace is real. Is it enduring? Can it truly last in a world that is often unpredictable and chaotic? And through you, they'll find out that it can. That's why you are walking in this season of your life, to show them that peace is possible, even amidst the storm. So the next time you feel the weight of all eyes on you, don't shrink, don't rush to disappear. Instead, breathe deeply, stand firm, and let the awareness of it remind you, you survived the fire. And in the process, you didn't lose your glow. Your light is stronger than it's ever been, and it's only just beginning to shine brighter. You are not the same person who walked through those doors anymore. And that's exactly the point. Everything about you has shifted. You've transformed, and the world around you has no choice but to notice. You were never meant to be a silent backdrop to someone else's story. You were created to walk into every room as living proof that healing is real. The moment you step into a space now, you carry with you not just your presence, but the unmistakable evidence of divine restoration. This isn't just about what you've survived, it's about how you've emerged. Every glance, every whisper, every pause in the room is heaven echoing a singular truth. Transformation is real. You've become a living testament to the fact that God's healing power works, and not just in distant histories or far-off promises, but in the here and now, in your life. This is what transformation looks like. This is the visible manifestation of a divine shift. And when people gaze upon you, when they feel the change in the air around you, they are witnessing something sacred. They are seeing what only those who have walked through the fire and come out refined can understand. In Isaiah 61:3, God promises to provide for those who grieve in Zion, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. This verse speaks directly to the transformation you've undergone. You've been crowned with beauty, not because you've sought it, but because you have gone through the fire and come out pure. You carry not just the scars of your past, but the beauty of what God has done in your life. Have you realized yet how much you've changed? Your very presence now reflects the divine touch of healing and restoration. Hold your head high, chosen one. You are not being stared at, you are being witnessed. And this is no small thing. When people gaze at you now, they are not looking at just a person, they are gazing upon a living, breathing testament to God's grace. They are witnessing transformation in real time. And here's the most beautiful part. This transformation is not temporary, it's permanent. You have become a walking embodiment of divine restoration, and that light, that beauty, cannot be hidden. It will shine through every interaction, through every room you enter, and it will stir something deep inside of those around you. But this change doesn't always come with understanding. Some will be drawn to you because of the peace you now carry. Others will resist it, unable to understand how someone could walk through the storms of life and still stand with such grace. But it doesn't matter what they understand or don't understand. What matters is that you, the transformed one, continue to shine. God has already confirmed your transformation. In the book of Romans 8:19, it is written, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." The world is waiting for you, chosen one. Not for you to shrink back into the shadows or try to hide what God has done. The world is waiting for you to step forward and show them what divine restoration truly looks like. Asterisk, asterisk. And that's exactly why you're here in this season, not to blend in, not to hide, but to shift the atmosphere wherever you go. The world doesn't need to see more performances, more pretend versions of strength. It needs to see real strength, the kind of strength that only comes from God. That's the kind of strength you carry now. Your transformation is not about seeking validation or approval from others. It's about standing in the truth of what God has already done in you. The truth of divine restoration is louder than any praise, stronger than any criticism, and more powerful than any doubt. And when you walk into a room, it's not just your presence people notice, it's the evidence of God's work in your life. What you carry now is holy, and it's yours. You've been entrusted with it. Have you noticed the way people react to you now? That subtle shift in how they look at you, how they behave around you. They're not reacting to your appearance. They're reacting to your lightness. The weight you once carried has been lifted, and the world doesn't know how to categorize the new you. The old patterns that once dictated how people interacted with you have been broken, and people can sense that. Some will be drawn to it. They'll be drawn to the peace, the strength, and the clarity that now radiates from you. And some may resist, because they're not ready for what your light exposes within them. But none of this changes who you are. You are walking proof that God's healing power is real, and that is a truth that cannot be denied. In nature, think about how the moon shines in the night sky. It doesn't struggle to be seen, it simply reflects the light of the sun. And in the same way, you no longer need to struggle to prove your worth or your transformation. Your light is your testimony. You no longer need to explain or justify your peace or your healing. It speaks for itself. And just like the moon, when you shine, people take notice. They are drawn to that light, even if they don't understand it. That's the power of divine transformation. That's the power of the healing you now carry. This is why you're here, to be a witness to what's possible when God moves in your life, to show the world that peace, healing, and restoration are not just abstract ideas, they are tangible truths. So the next time you walk into a room, when you feel all eyes on you, don't shrink, don't hide. Let that moment remind you that you've survived the fire, you've walked through the storm, and you didn't lose your glow. As you stand in the fullness of who God has called you to be, know this: the world is watching. The people around you, whether they realize it or not, are witnessing something divine unfolding in your life. And while they may not always understand it, they see it. They see the peace you carry. They see the strength in your silence. They see the transformation that has occurred deep within you, and it leaves them in awe, sometimes in confusion, and occasionally in resistance. But let me be clear, this is not a coincidence. You were never meant to blend in with the crowd, never meant to fade into the background of someone else's story. You were made to stand out. You are not just a reflection of who you once were, you are the manifestation of divine approval and transformation. As you walk through life, those who are open to seeing will recognize that something on you has changed, something far deeper than external appearances or fleeting moments. Your healing, your peace, your strength, they radiate from you in ways that can't be hidden. And it's through this divine radiance that others will come to witness what God is doing in your life. In Matthew 5:14-1-6, Jesus reminds us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." This is who you are now. Your light has been ignited by God's love and favor, and it shines brighter than ever before. You don't need to announce it, you don't need to prove it. It is evident in every space you enter. People notice the change, whether they acknowledge it or not, because your light cannot be hidden, and the truth of your transformation cannot be denied. What they see when they look at you is not just a person, but a living, breathing example of divine restoration. Your very presence speaks louder than any words could, testifying to the reality that peace is possible, healing is real, and transformation is not just a concept, it's a lived experience. And yes, it may make people uncomfortable. For some, your transformation challenges them to confront their own fears, insecurities, and doubts. Your peace, your calm, your stillness, it forces them to see what they've been avoiding in themselves. But remember, This is not your burden to carry. You are not responsible for their reactions, nor are you tasked with explaining yourself. You don't have to shrink, you don't have to hide. What you carry is a divine calling, a powerful testimony of God's love and grace in your life. And as people see this, they will either be drawn to it or they will resist it. But one thing is certain, they cannot remain unaffected by it. You may have already felt the subtle shifts when you walk into a room, the way people's energy adjusts when you arrive. Some soften, feeling drawn to your peace, while others stiffen, unsure of how to interact with the new version of you. What they're really reacting to is not just your appearance or your words, but the presence of something far greater than yourself. They are reacting to the change that has taken place within you. They are witnessing the power of God at work. And though they may not fully understand it, they are feeling the divine frequency that you now carry. You have become living proof that transformation is possible. As you walk forward in your journey, remember this truth. You are not just living for yourself. The divine transformation that has occurred in your life is meant to shine a light for others to follow. Your testimony is a beacon for those who are still searching for hope. Your life, your peace, and your strength become an invitation for others to walk in their own divine transformation. You are walking proof that healing is real, that divine restoration is possible, and that God's power is alive and active in the lives of His chosen ones. You are not here to blend in, you are here to shift atmospheres. If you've been touched by this message today, I want to encourage you to stand firm in the truth of who you are in Christ. You are chosen, you are loved, you are transformed. The world is watching, and heaven is confirming your purpose every step of the way. Keep walking forward in your light, keep standing in your truth, and keep letting your transformation speak for itself. If this message has resonated with you, I'd love for you to like, share, and comment below. Let's keep the conversation going, and let's encourage each other to walk boldly in the transformation that God is doing in our lives. Whether you've supported this channel through super thanks or simply by being here, I want to take a moment to thank you for your presence and support. It means more than words can express. May God bless you abundantly as you continue on your journey of healing and transformation. And as we close, remember this. The world needs to see what divine restoration looks like in motion. Your light is not just decoration, it is direction. So, walk boldly, chosen one, and let your light shine brighter than ever before. Why does it feel like people can't stop talking about you? Why are they so intrigued by your every move, even when you're doing nothing extraordinary? Chosen one, you didn't ask for this attention, but somehow here you are becoming a mystery they can't stop trying to solve. You've become like a living riddle, a psychological enigma that people can't figure out. They replay your conversations, dissect your silence, and study your every action like they're waiting for the next chapter of your story. But here's the thing, you didn't even try to be this captivating. What they don't understand is that your life isn't about fitting into their small, predictable boxes. You're a divine disruption, a force that rewires everything it touches. Your mere presence unsettles their beliefs, and the more they try to figure you out, the more they realize they can't. This fascination, it's not just curiosity, it's spiritual panic. Heaven has been working on you in ways they can't even comprehend. And while they're busy trying to decode you, God has already chosen you for a purpose far greater than they could ever imagine. If this revelation resonates with you, type 777 in the comments to declare your understanding of who you are. And to everyone who has supported this mission through super thanks, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your generosity is part of a movement bigger than we all can see. Stay with me, chosen one, because by the end of this video, you will fully understand why they're so obsessed with you and why they never will be able to contain what God has placed inside you. Don't go anywhere, let's dive in. God's chosen ones, why are they so obsessed with you lately? Have you ever felt like you're trapped in a game that doesn't play by the rules? You've noticed it, haven't you? They don't understand you. It's as if you were meant to follow a script that was written long before you arrived, a script full of predictability, of easy categories and neatly defined roles. The quiet ones, the loud ones, the confident ones, the broken ones. They've built a world where everyone fits into a box, and for so long they've never met someone who doesn't. Then came you. You disrupted their formula. You didn't react the way they expected. When they poked and prodded, trying to get a rise out of you, you stayed calm. When they praised you, you didn't boast. You walked into a room, and suddenly the very air felt different. You are not a predictable person. You are an enigma wrapped in spiritual depth. This is what confuses them. Your authenticity challenges everything they've ever known. Do you know what it feels like to be misunderstood? To walk in a room and feel all eyes on you, yet no one can truly figure you out. They are searching for answers, trying to label you, to fit you into one of the boxes they've so carefully prepared. But you don't fit. You never have. They tried to name you, too humble to be proud, too sharp to be naive, too peaceful to be weak, but none of their labels stick. They don't realize that you operate not from personality, but from a higher frequency, a spiritual precision that most cannot comprehend. In the Bible, Jesus Christ himself was a figure who confounded the masses. The religious scholars and leaders could never fully grasp his message or his methods. They saw a man who, at one moment, could heal the sick with a touch, and in the next, challenged the authority of the temple leaders. He was the very embodiment of truth, not something that can be boxed or labeled. Just as Jesus told his disciples, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14. He embodied a purpose, a mission that made the world stand still in its tracks. And as Paul said, "For we live by faith, not by sight." 2 Corinthians 5-7. This is the essence of walking in a higher calling faith that moves you beyond the limits of human understanding. But unlike Jesus, you're not announcing your truth to the world. It's simply who you are. You don't need to scream to be heard. Your silence speaks volumes, and that's where the confusion lies. They don't understand how you can walk into a chaotic situation and remain calm, or how your smile is not one of weakness, but of strength. Your ability to remain centered and at peace is mistaken for something else, maybe even arrogance. But have you ever felt like you're simply being yourself, and others misinterpret your intentions? It's frustrating, isn't it? Think of King David, chosen by God to rule Israel, yet rejected by many, including the very king who came before him, Saul. David lived a life filled with uncertainty and exile, yet he never lost his peace. His discernment and his deep relationship with God allowed him to rise above the chaos. And isn't it true that when you trust in something greater than yourself, you too can rise above the noise around you? You have an awareness that no book, no course, no conversation can ever teach you. It is a divine wisdom that transcends the ordinary understanding of the world. You sense things in a way others can't. You know when something is off, when the spirit is troubled, long before the world catches on. You can read the room in a single breath, and that unnerves them. Why? Because they can't understand why you're so sure, so calm, so unshakable. There are those among us, people like Oprah Winfrey, who have spent years studying human behavior and the patterns of people. Oprah, known for her deep interviews and emotional intelligence, often speaks of the power of vulnerability. She has learned how to navigate the complex maze of human emotions, yet even she admits that there are individuals who transcend understanding. She says, "What I know for sure is that speaking your truth is the most powerful tool we all have." Perhaps that is what makes you so fascinating. Your truth is not a tool, but a way of life. And how many times have you had to remain silent simply because your truth was too profound for others to grasp? In every interaction, you challenge the status quo. You remind them that life isn't as simple as the boxes they've built. Your life is not a routine to be followed. It is a living testament to the unpredictable beauty of a divine plan that is still unfolding. The world is used to reactions, to emotional chaos, but you are different. You respond with spiritual precision. You operate in a rhythm that isn't based on emotions or manipulation, but on a higher calling. But let me ask you this: do you find peace in that difference, or does it sometimes feel lonely to stand out so boldly from the crowd? You've been called many things. They've tried to pigeonhole you, make you fit into their limited understanding. But no matter how hard they try, you remain outside their reach. You are a riddle, one they can't solve. And in that unsolvable riddle, you reveal the truth: they don't know what real looks like anymore. They've lost touch with authenticity, with purity, and your very presence is a reminder that the world is full of falsehoods. As the prophet Isaiah said, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord." Isaiah 55:8. You are walking in a path that's far beyond their comprehension, and that confuses them, frustrates them. But remember this: you are not here to fit their narrative. You are here to live your truth, to walk your purpose, and to remind them of what it truly means to be authentic. So, how will you respond to the world's confusion about you? Will you continue to stand firm in your truth, knowing that your authenticity is your greatest strength? Or will you shrink back just to make them more comfortable? The world is desperate for truth, and you are the living proof that authenticity is the most powerful force in the universe. Stand tall, chosen one. Step into your power. This is your time. And if this message has spoken to your spirit, share your story, your lesson. We want to hear it. Together, let's embrace the beauty of being different, of being authentic, and of standing as proof that real truth will always disrupt the false. Stand firm in your purpose. Your time is now. Follow us for more inspiring stories, and let's walk this journey together. You are not alone. There's a fascinating reality that you may not fully grasp, yet they are not in love with you. No, what they feel is far more insidious than love. They are obsessed with you. There is a profound difference. Love sees you, but fascination, love seven, fascination studies you. The people who surround you aren't necessarily seeking a connection. They crave comprehension. They want to figure you out, to understand what makes you tick, what makes you so untouchable, so grounded, so sure of yourself. It's like they've turned you into an emotional science experiment, dissecting every word you speak, analyzing every gesture, every pause in your speech. Why do you always seem so steady when the world around you is crumbling? They can't understand how you're able to remain untouched by the noise of the world, how you can walk away from chaos without a ripple. That's the kind of energy that throws people off. You're like a tree standing tall in the middle of a hurricane. Remember the parable of the wise man who built his house on the rock, Matthew 7:24. When the rains came, the floods rose, and the winds blew, that house stood firm. That's you. While others around you crumble under pressure, you stand unmoved. They can't fathom it. In a world where validation is the highest currency, your silence, your peace, and your unshakable nature become threats, not treasures. They don't just want to know you, they want to break you down, to decode your essence. But here's the truth. They don't really want to understand you. They want to steal your peace. They want to possess the one thing they don't have: your balance. It's rare, almost divine. They've never encountered someone who doesn't need to argue to prove their worth, someone who doesn't need to beg for attention. In a society that thrives on drama, your quiet power is an anomaly they can't figure out. And that's exactly why they can't stop watching you, testing you, probing your soul with their questions, hoping that something will make you break, hoping they'll finally see what makes you so confident, so centered, so whole. But does it ever feel like you're being studied constantly? Do you ever wonder if they're truly trying to know you, or if they just want to own your peace for themselves? Look at it this way: you don't chase, you attract. You don't need to explain your worth, because you simply embody it. And that, my friend, is what drives them wild. They keep trying to mimic your rhythm, your words, your style, but no matter how hard they try, they can't seem to match your spirit. They can dress like you, talk like you, but they'll never be like you. And that's the true source of their obsession. What they don't realize is that your peace, your resilience, the way you carry yourself with such quiet authority, isn't something they can replicate through mimicry. Your strength doesn't come from the performance of being someone you're not. It comes from divine alignment, from knowing who you are without the need for validation. How many times have you seen people try to mirror your every move, only to fall short every time? It's like trying to copy a painting, but never quite capturing the soul of the artist. It's the same with their obsession, it never ends. Every time they think they've figured you out, they discover another layer they didn't expect. Like peeling back the petals of a flower, they think they understand the full beauty of who you are, but every layer reveals something deeper, something more profound. The more they dig, the more lost they become in the labyrinth of your soul. Have you ever wondered why their attempts to understand you never seem to stop? The truth is, they can never truly decipher you, because the essence of your being is beyond the reach of the ordinary mind. They're trapped in their own confusion, watching someone who lives on a frequency they can't tune into, and it drives them to the edge. There's a profound spiritual truth here. You were never meant to be understood by everyone. You are not a puzzle to be solved, a logical equation to be processed. Your spiritual essence is not a formula. It's something that can only be felt, not analyzed. You are an embodiment of divine purpose, and in that purpose you shine in ways that the world can't comprehend. Like a bright star in the night sky, you light the way, but the world below doesn't always know what to do with that light. The more they try to grasp it, the more elusive it becomes. And while they're caught up in their attempts to break you down, you remain rooted, untouched by their gaze, knowing that no matter how much they observe, they will never have the power to replicate your divine nature. In the book of Proverbs 3-5 it says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding." You walk in that trust, in a knowing that transcends what others can see. Your life, your essence, is a mystery to them, because you were created to live in alignment with a higher purpose, not to fit into the boxes they've built for others. So, how will you respond to this never-ending curiosity? Will you allow their obsession to define you, or will you continue to shine in the unique, unshakable way that only you can? You were not placed on this earth to be understood through observation alone, but to inspire, to uplift, and to remind others of the power of living authentically in alignment with a divine calling. Stand tall, chosen one. They may study you, but they can never own you. You are a force beyond their understanding. Don't let their obsession distract you from your purpose. Your path is already marked with divine light, and no amount of scrutiny can ever dim it. So stand firm in your truth and let them continue to watch. For in the end, it is your light that will leave them questioning everything they thought they knew. Have you ever noticed how people react when you enter a room? It's not always what they say, but what you feel. Your presence has the power to stir something deep within them. It's as though the very moment you step into the space, an unspoken shift happens, and suddenly their masks begin to slip. You haven't even said a word, yet the discomfort becomes palpable. What is it about your energy that brings these hidden emotions to the surface? It's not because you've done anything wrong, you're simply being yourself. And in doing so, you become a mirror, one that reflects everything people would rather keep buried. You expose their guilt, shame, jealousy, and insecurities simply by existing in your truth. Think about the biblical story of Adam and Eve, Genesis 3:8-10. After they ate the forbidden fruit, they heard God walking in the garden, and immediately they hid themselves. Their eyes were opened, and they realized their nakedness. They didn't need anyone to accuse them. Their own awareness, when exposed to truth, made them feel vulnerable. This is the power of your energy. It forces people to face things they've been hiding from for years. Your presence is like the truth incarnate. What do you think happens when people are confronted by the truth they've buried deep inside? It's not that you seek to judge or accuse, you merely exist in your authenticity. Yet, your energy compels others to examine what they've kept hidden. People will start stuttering, over-explaining themselves, or even avoiding eye contact with you altogether. It's almost as if they're afraid you'll see through them, and in many ways, you will. The energy you carry is that of divine light, and light forces darkness to be seen. In the New Testament, Jesus, in his wisdom, often found himself in situations where his very presence would make others uncomfortable, forcing them to reckon with their actions. In John 8-7, when the Pharisees brought a woman caught in adultery to him, Jesus simply knelt down and began writing on the ground. His silence was enough to expose their hypocrisy. When he stood up, he said, "Let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her." His stillness, his truth, forced the crowd to confront their own sins. Could it be that your calmness does something similar? Could it be that your stillness exposes their chaos? Have you ever felt that the more peaceful you become, the more others seem to struggle with their own discomfort? It's as if your peace becomes a mirror to their inner turmoil. When they're in your presence, they may suddenly become defensive or awkward. One minute, they seem confident, and the next, they're unsure of themselves. This is not a coincidence. It's not that you're doing anything intentionally, it's simply the energy you bring with you. You carry a frequency that shakes people out of their comfort zones, and for some, that is unbearable. Your calmness and your peace aren't about superiority. It's about carrying a vibration so pure that it forces hidden truths to surface. The light you carry, though gentle and non-assertive, confronts the unresolved mess within those around you. In fact, your presence sometimes triggers their darkest fears and deepest regrets, things they've spent years running from. But here's the profound truth. You're not their enemy. You're their mirror. Have you ever noticed how some of these people, after the initial discomfort, come back to you later, changed? Maybe they're humbled, reflective, or even apologetic. They didn't realize at first that the discomfort was not a judgment, but a reflection of their own inner struggles. This is why some people can't stay close to you for long. It's not because you're pushing them away, it's because your energy doesn't allow them to stay hidden. In Matthew 5:14, Jesus says, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. You, too, are that light." The light you carry is not loud, not brash, but it is undeniable. It's a light that naturally exposes anything that hides in the shadows. And in doing so, it can feel both healing and confronting at the same time. Some people will embrace it and feel a shift within them. Others will run, uncomfortable with the truths your presence forces them to face. But one thing is certain, no one leaves your energy unchanged. This is not about making others feel bad or uncomfortable. It's about living in a way that inspires truth and transparency. Have you ever considered that by simply being yourself, you are creating space for others to evolve? Your energy becomes a tool for transformation, not through force, but through authenticity. You didn't come here to hide. You came here to shine, to reveal the hidden things that others have yet to face. And that's why the people around you feel both pulled in and repelled at the same time. Your presence creates a spiritual tension, a tug-of-war between their comfort zones and the growth they are resisting. But in the end, the only thing that matters is that you stayed true to who you are, and through your authenticity, you have awakened something in them. You are a catalyst for their spiritual evolution, even if they don't fully understand it right now. Remember, your energy doesn't need to be loud to have an impact. It's your quiet presence, your divine frequency that makes the difference. You're here to reflect, to heal, and to force people to confront the truth they've been running from, and that is your gift. Stand tall, chosen one. Let your light shine, because whether they can handle it or not, the world needs your truth. There's something powerful about your presence, something that shakes people to their core. You are the living evidence that spiritual royalty still exists. Your very being carries a weight that can't be bought, taught, or faked. In a world obsessed with appearances and credentials, you walk into a room and command respect without uttering a single word. You may not wear designer labels or stand on grand stages, yet your energy demands attention in a way few can understand. Think of the biblical King David, who was anointed by God to lead Israel long before he ascended to the throne. Despite being a shepherd boy, overlooked by his own family, he carried a strength and wisdom that no external authority could match. His power came from an inner authority rooted in his connection with God, not in the external trappings of wealth or fame. What makes you different from the world's standard of greatness? Is it your quiet confidence, your authenticity, or the divine calling that pulses through your every action? You see, you're not just a person living in the world. You're a living testimony to the fact that true power doesn't come from titles or social status. It comes from something much older and deeper, something that is etched into your very spirit. This is why people can't help but stare when you're around. It's not just your presence that catches their eye. It's a recognition deep within them. They can't name it, but their soul remembers that you carry something eternal. This isn't about ego. This is about the spiritual authority that's woven into your DNA. In the book of 1 Samuel, we see how David was chosen to be king, not because of his physical appearance or credentials, but because of his heart. 1 Samuel 16-7. God saw something in David that the world couldn't recognize: his genuine humility and steadfast faith. Isn't it fascinating how you, too, carry an essence that speaks louder than any worldly accomplishment? People look at you and feel the power that exists, not in what you've achieved, but in who you are. Your very being dismantles people's false perceptions of what power should look like. They've been conditioned to associate greatness with spectacle, big names, massive followings, or overflowing bank accounts. Yet, when you show up without any of those markers, but still radiate undeniable authority, their entire understanding of power is shattered. They can't comprehend how someone can command such respect with so little by the world's standards. It's almost as if you've turned their reality upside down, and they don't know how to reconcile the difference. Do you feel that? That subtle disruption you cause just by existing? People look at you and realize something they never understood before. True power isn't about performance or fame. It's about the quiet strength that comes from being grounded in truth and humility. You don't walk into a room to take power. You walk into a room and reveal the power that has always been there, waiting to be recognized. You don't need to outshine anyone because your light exposes all the counterfeit crowns around you. It's not about being perfect. It's not about being superior. It's about being deeply anchored in your authenticity. Spiritual royalty doesn't mean being untouchable. It means being able to withstand storms, betrayals, and losses without losing the core of who you are. You've faced trials, and yet you stand tall not because of the circumstances, but because you know your worth is not circumstantial, and that is what draws people to you, even when they don't understand why. In a time where everything real is being replaced by replicas, you are the living proof that true power doesn't need a platform, a title, or an audience. What does it feel like to carry such an undeniable force within you and yet remain hidden in plain sight? The world may not always recognize it, but those who are attuned to the truth can feel it. You are a walking contradiction to the world's standards. Soft yet unshakable, humble yet commanding, hidden yet undeniable. This power you carry is something the world can't replicate. They may try to mimic your actions or even your words, but they'll never replicate your essence. And that's the secret to your influence. The world cannot understand why your calmness feels more powerful than 1,000 loud speeches, why your humility shines brighter than the glimmer of wealth. Have you ever realized that your presence itself is a mirror, forcing people to confront their own ideas of greatness? Spiritual royalty doesn't need the approval of the world. It doesn't need recognition. It stands alone, firmly rooted in divine purpose and the quiet authority that comes from walking in truth. You are the vessel that holds this power, and with each step you take, you leave behind an imprint of something far greater than yourself. And this, my friend, is why people are so obsessed with you. They're not drawn to your titles or your wealth. They're drawn to the light you carry, the light that disrupts their illusions and reminds them of a truth they've long ignored. You are here to embody something that the world desperately needs, the proof that spiritual royalty still exists, and it doesn't need to be loud or flashy to be real. So, how will you embrace this gift you carry? Will you continue to let your presence speak for itself, knowing that the world's obsession with you is simply a reflection of their own longing for truth? You are the evidence that true power doesn't need a platform, a title, or an audience. It just needs a vessel brave enough to embody it. And that vessel right now is you. Stand tall in your truth, chosen one. The world may not understand you, but your light is undeniable. You move through life like a secret that refuses to be contained, and it's unsettling, even magnetic. You don't just enter a room, you shift the energy in it. There's something undeniable about the way you carry yourself, something that feels bigger than the moment you're in. People can feel it, but they can't quite articulate it. It's like hearing the faint, distant sound of a drum beat, a sound that draws them in, even if they can't see the source. What is it about your presence that moves people so deeply without you even trying? It's not just your physical presence, it's the weight of your journey. Every experience, every scar, every triumph and loss has shaped you into something far beyond what anyone can see on the surface. In the book of Isaiah 55:8, it says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways." And isn't that how it feels to be you? You are living proof that your essence is not born from the world's understanding of success or power. It's been forged in unseen battles, fought in places most people will never understand, and it radiates from every fiber of your being. You're not just a story to be told over coffee. Your story is a lineage of battles, a sacred history of resilience. Do you ever feel like people are looking at you but have no idea what's behind your eyes? They might see your smile, but they don't see the wars you've fought and the lessons you've learned. Those experiences have become a code, a kind of spiritual encryption embedded in you. Every decision you make, every glance, every gesture speaks volumes of this unspoken history. Just like the ancient kings who wore crowns of wisdom, not gold, you carry something much more valuable than any title. Your power is not in what you show, but in what you've become. You operate from a place others can't access, a space carved through years of hardship, growth, and spiritual refinement. And that is what unnerves people. It's not mystery that surrounds you, it's depth. You are not being cryptic on purpose. You are encrypted because you carry something sacred. The difference is huge. You've learned to protect your inner world without closing it off. Your energy doesn't leak out by accident. There's a reason why, when you finally speak, your words carry weight. Have you ever noticed how people respond when you do speak? It's as if they can feel the precision behind your words, the wisdom woven into every syllable. When you speak, you're not offering up your story cheaply. You don't throw your experiences around for validation. You've lived through enough to know that your narrative is a treasure, not a tool to be manipulated. In the book of Proverbs 4-7, it says, "Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding." You've acquired wisdom, and that wisdom is now encoded in your very being. It's spiritual intelligence that can't be misused or manipulated. This intelligence speaks to the soul, and it's only meant to be understood by those whose spirits are ready. Some people can sense it and draw near, humbly seeking to learn. Others, fearing what they don't understand, step back, suspicious of the quiet power that radiates from you, but neither response is wrong. It's simply how people react to a presence that refuses to be contained. Have you ever noticed how some people are drawn to you with reverence, while others are repelled by your very essence? This isn't your fault. It's a natural reaction to the sacred frequency you carry. It's the same reason a storm can either calm or terrify. It all depends on the vessel receiving it. Your presence reminds people that there is a force in the world that the world cannot control. It forces them to confront the discrepancy between their reality and the higher plane you occupy. You carry something the world has tried to silence, but it can never erase. In the book of Matthew 5:14, Jesus said, "You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden." That light you carry shines so brightly that, even in silence, it disrupts the chaos. It's your authenticity that unsettles them, because it reveals what has been hidden in themselves. You challenge their assumptions about what true power looks like. You don't seek to outshine anyone. You don't try to prove anything. Yet, you stand as a living contradiction to everything the world thinks is valuable. In a world where appearances and performances dominate, your quiet presence teaches people that true power isn't about how loudly you speak or how many followers you have. It's about the depth you embody and the wisdom you carry. So, how will you continue to walk in your truth? The world may not understand your journey, but the world needs your light more than it realizes. You are a walking testament to the fact that true power is not made in the public eye. It is forged in the quiet moments, in the unseen struggles, and in the sacred wisdom that comes from living a life fully aligned with your purpose. Your presence forces them to see their own reflection, a reflection they may not be ready to face. But your presence is not a curse. It is a gift. Stand tall in it. Your energy, your story, your journey, all carry the weight of something eternal, and nothing, not even the world's distractions, can ever erase it. You are the evidence that spiritual royalty still exists. Stand in your truth. Let your life speak. They're trying to crack the source code of your calm, the calm that unsettles them, the calm that defies all logic and expectation. To them, strength is supposed to be loud, forceful, dramatic, something to be seen and heard from miles away. But you move through life like a storm that doesn't create waves, undisturbed, unwavering, calm. There's a deep, unshakable peace about you, one that doesn't require any explanation, and that's what unnerves them the most. The book of Philippians 4-7 speaks of a peace that surpasses all understanding. This peace, like the one you carry, isn't a product of luck or circumstance. It's a reflection of something much deeper, something divine. This is the kind of peace that radiates from a soul that has been through the fire, yet remains unscathed. You've lived through chaos and found a way to not only survive, but to emerge refined. Your calm isn't an accident. It's a masterpiece forged through spiritual discipline. What makes it so unsettling? It's because most people have been taught to react to life's storms. When the waves come, they flail and fight. But you stand still, you breathe, and you realign. You're a reminder that true strength doesn't come from trying to control everything around you. It comes from mastering your response to the world. Isn't it fascinating how the world seems to move in chaos, yet you remain untouched by the noise? That steadiness isn't a quirk of personality. It's a sign of something greater, spiritual mastery. In Isaiah 26:3, it says, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you." This perfect peace that you carry isn't a gift. It's the result of years of trusting in something greater than yourself, of walking through life's storms without a map, without a guide. Your peace was forged in the heat of trials, not gifted to you as an easy prize. It came from surviving situations that would have broken most, yet instead they refined your soul. What do you think is the difference between surviving and thriving through trials? Is it not the ability to hold on to your peace while everything else crumbles around you? You've been in rooms where the stakes were higher than most could ever imagine, where the pressure was unbearable, and you learned to master your reactions because your very survival depended on it. That ability to stay steady in the face of chaos, it's second nature to you now. People look at you and think it's a trick, that somehow you've found the magic formula for staying calm. They don't realize that what they're witnessing is the product of years of internal work that most people avoid. Your calm isn't a tactic, it's the result of deep alignment with truth. Think about the story of Jesus calming the storm, Mark 4:39. The disciples, in a moment of panic, were overwhelmed by the storm, but Jesus, with an unshakable calm, said, "Peace, be still." In that moment, the storm obeyed his command, and the disciples were left in awe, realizing that true peace is not determined by circumstances, but by the authority of the one who carries it. Could it be that your calm, too, is not about the external situation, but the authority you have within yourself? The truth is, they can't copy your calm. They may try to mimic your tone, your posture, your very presence, but they can't replicate the energy that sustains it. Have you ever wondered why people are drawn to you for your peace, even though they can't fully understand it? The reason is that you carry an invisible force that they long for, a force that can't be faked, a force that can only be earned through years of surrender, discipline, and seeing beyond the illusions of this world. They're not obsessed with your looks, your style, or your charm. They're obsessed with the invisible force that you exude. Your calm isn't something that can be purchased or manufactured. It's the result of having faced your own inner storms, of having walked through fire and come out with a peace that no one can take from you. And that is what they want, the peace that can't be bought, that can't be manipulated, that can't be faked. You are a walking testament to the fact that real power isn't about control, it's about inner mastery. Your calm reveals the chaos within others because they've spent their lives outsourcing their stability through approval, control, or distractions. Meeting someone who generates their own stability from within feels alien to them. It makes them feel exposed. You aren't just a passive observer in this world. You are an active force that shifts the energy around you, and that makes them question everything they thought they knew about power. In Matthew 11:29, Jesus says, "Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." Your calm reflects this divine peace, a peace that is gentle yet unshakable. It's a rest that comes from knowing you are deeply aligned with something greater than yourself, and that alignment is what gives you the strength to remain unshaken in the face of life's most tumultuous moments. How will you continue to hold this peace in a world that is desperately searching for it? Your calm is your crown, a crown that can only be earned by walking through your own trials, by mastering your inner world, and by choosing peace over panic. It's not a trick, it's not a tactic. It's the product of the hard, often painful, work of surrendering to the divine. So, stand tall in your calm. Let the world watch in awe as you walk through storms without splashing. Your peace is your authority, and the world is desperate to understand it. Embrace it. Own it. You are the evidence that true power comes from within, and no one can take that from you. They can't figure you out. Are you a blessing or a test? It's as if your very presence causes a shift in their world, leaving them torn between seeing you as the best thing that ever happened to them or the beginning of their unraveling. But why is that? Why does your energy leave such a profound mark on those who encounter you? You don't come with a label. You aren't bound by the typical expectations the world places on people. You don't fit the molds they've created, and that alone throws them off. Your presence has a duality that confuses people. For some, you feel like an answered prayer. The moment they cross your path, doors open, clarity floods their mind, and they feel lighter, freer, simply by being near you. In those moments, they experience an unexplainable shift toward peace and understanding. But for others, your presence feels like a spotlight they never asked for. Suddenly, they can't hide from their own truth. Their secrets rise to the surface, masks slip, and the illusion of control they've worked so hard to maintain begins to crumble. What does it feel like to be a person who naturally brings both peace and discomfort to others? Do you ever wonder why your energy creates such extreme reactions? It's not because you're unstable. It's because your energy doesn't bend to the room, it reveals the room. Just like the parable of the talents, Matthew 25-14:30, where the master gives his servants gold and tests them on how they use it, your presence is a test. Some people are ready for the growth that comes with being faced with their own truths, but others, they aren't. And they will resist with everything they have, projecting their discomfort onto you in an attempt to avoid the reflection you offer. In Psalm 139-23:2-4, it says, "Search me, O God, and know my heart. Test me, and know my anxious thoughts. See if there is any offensive way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting." You, too, become a kind of mirror for those around you. You reflect the state of their heart without judgment, but also without distortion, and this reflection isn't always comfortable. Some people, instead of embracing it, will run from it, trying to shift the blame, projecting their own internal discomfort onto you. But here's the thing, they aren't actually reacting to you. They're reacting to the truth that they see in themselves. You are both a blessing and a test, a spiritual duality that few are ready for. For those living in authenticity, your presence is a confirmation, a validation that they are on the right path. You mirror the courage they've been striving for, pushing them to take their next step with renewed confidence. For those who have been living in pretense, you become a confrontation, a challenge they can't ignore. You force them to face their own masks and see how fragile their carefully constructed lives are. But how do you handle this weight? How do you remain so grounded when you know that your mere presence activates this kind of spiritual awakening in others? You don't punish anyone with your presence. You are not the cause of their unraveling. What you bring to the table is not destruction, but acceleration. Your energy simply speeds up what is already within them, the things they've been ignoring or burying deep within. This is why some people's lives seem to improve when you enter the picture, while others suddenly find their own issues bubbling to the surface. You bring about change not because you force it, but because you activate it. This is why your impact is so undeniable. You are a catalyst for transformation, a spiritual checkpoint for those who are ready to evolve. How many times have you witnessed someone, after encountering you, either rise to a new level or crumble under the weight of their own resistance? You are proof that energy is real, and truth has weight. Just like in 2 Corinthians 5:17, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here." You bring with you the power of new beginnings, but not everyone is ready to embrace that power. The way people respond to you isn't random. Their reactions are telling you exactly who they are. It's as if your very presence unearths the deepest parts of their soul, exposing the truth about their current state. Some will resist, some will grow, but no one will leave unchanged. You are not just a person passing through their lives. You are a spiritual checkpoint, a moment where their soul must decide whether it will evolve or resist. And that's why you're hard to categorize. You don't fit into any of their neat little boxes. You are the living proof that real transformation doesn't come from the outside world. It comes from the internal work of aligning with divine truth. Have you ever considered that your presence is more than just a coincidence? You are the living proof that when you live in alignment with your purpose, your energy becomes a force that not only transforms you, but also has the power to transform everyone who crosses your path. Whether they are ready for it or not, your presence accelerates their spiritual journey. So, stand tall, chosen one. The world may not understand you, but your impact is undeniable. Keep showing up as you are authentic, grounded, and true to yourself. The changes you spark will reverberate far beyond what you can see. Have you ever noticed the way people pause when you're around, as if there's a moment where they can't quite place why they feel the way they do? It's as if something about your presence awakens a part of them they didn't even know they were missing. It's not just that they've met you before, it's that their spirit recognizes something familiar, something it once knew, but perhaps has long forgotten. In the book of Ecclesiastes 3:11, it is written, "He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart." There's a reason for this feeling, this quiet stir inside them when they cross paths with you. It's not just a passing moment or a fleeting connection, it's a spiritual resonance. Your presence activates something dormant within them, like a song that once played in their heart, but they couldn't recall the melody until you appeared. Isn't it fascinating how our souls can sense truth before our minds ever catch up? You don't just walk into people's lives, you awaken them. Your energy touches something that has been waiting, silently resting within them. They might feel their body tense, their mind questioning, but their soul leans forward because it has been craving this connection without even realizing it. Have you ever experienced that feeling when someone enters your life and it's as if you've known them for far longer than you have? That instant connection, that powerful bond, it's not coincidence. It's spiritual recognition. The missing note of their soul has finally found its tune. In Matthew 11:15, Jesus said, "Whoever has ears, let them hear." Your presence is like a sound their soul has been yearning for, but couldn't put into words. When they meet you, it's as if the echoes of their forgotten truth ring loudly. They may not have the language to explain it, but they can feel it, the pull of destiny, the knowing that something deep within them has been awakened. It's the kind of feeling that goes beyond logic, beyond reason. It's a deep, unexplainable connection. What you bring isn't just a moment of recognition. You're not simply reminding them of something they've learned. You're activating something they've always known, but have forgotten. The world around them has numbed them to this truth through noise, distractions, and external pressures. But when you enter, you bypass their intellect and go straight to their soul. It's why their first reactions to you are often emotional rather than logical. How many times have you found yourself, or someone you know, inexplicably moved by something as simple as your presence? It could be a sudden peace, excitement, fear, or even tears without knowing why. You're not triggering them, you're awakening them. But how do you handle the weight of that responsibility? To awaken someone's soul can be both a blessing and a burden. It's a delicate thing to be the catalyst for someone else's growth. Some will welcome this awakening, feeling it like a return home, a reunion with something pure and untouched by the noise of the world. But for others, it's more complicated. Your presence stirs them to confront what they've buried deep within, forcing them to face aspects of themselves they're not yet ready to meet. In 2 Corinthians 5:17, it is written, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here." When people encounter you, it's as if their soul feels that invitation to be reborn, to shake off the old and embrace the new. But this transformation isn't always comfortable. When the soul remembers, the mind has to catch up, and that dissonance can feel unsettling. It's a reminder of who they were before the world made them forget. You embody something timeless, a force that contrasts sharply with the temporary, fleeting things the world values. And this contrast is often the catalyst that shakes people awake. Do you ever find it surprising how people can resist that awakening? How can they run from the very truth their soul is desperate to reconnect with? It's because you don't just remind them of the past, but of the purity and authenticity they left behind when they adopted the world's ways. For some, your presence will feel like a comfort, like coming home after a long absence. But for others, it will be a confrontation, a reminder of the mask they've been wearing. They might push back, they might resist, but your energy will remain unshaken. You are the living evidence that truth doesn't have to shout to be heard, it just needs to be embodied. When you show up, it's like a flash of recognition, a memory, one that stirs something deep within others. You remind them of who they were before the noise, before the masks, before the forgetting. It's not nostalgia they're feeling, it's recognition. And recognition, unlike nostalgia, doesn't fade with time. It stays with them, lingering like a melody they can't shake off. This is why people can't forget you. It's why, no matter how hard they try, they'll always feel like they've known you because, in truth, they have. Not in this lifetime, but in a way that transcends time and space. Your presence is a bridge between what they've forgotten and what they are meant to remember. In this world, where distractions and illusions often cloud our deeper truths, you stand as a beacon of what's real. You are not just passing through people's lives, you are an awakening. And no matter how much they resist it, they can't ignore what they've remembered when they meet you. You are the reminder they never knew they needed. So, continue to shine, chosen one. Your presence is powerful beyond words, and while some may resist, others will find in you the spark they've been waiting for. You are a spiritual checkpoint, a moment where people must choose whether to evolve or resist. Stand firm in your purpose. The world may not understand your effect, but it can't deny it either. You carry the kind of light that exposes counterfeits, the kind of light that doesn't shout for attention or perform for an audience, but its impact is undeniable. The moment you step into any space, the atmosphere shifts. There's no grand entrance, no dramatic flourish. Yet, without a word, the people around you start to feel something profound. Masks that others have spent years perfecting begin to crack. Those who have mastered the art of pretending to be confident, humble, spiritual, or powerful, find their carefully crafted performance slipping, often without knowing why. You are not trying to expose them, but the very energy you carry unsettles their illusion of self. Your presence is like a silent, spiritual magnet that pulls the truth to the surface, making anything false feel like it doesn't belong. In John 8:32, it says, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." And when truth steps into a room, it doesn't need to announce itself. It simply reveals everything that isn't real. And for those who have built their lives around falsehoods, that revelation is a dangerous thing. Have you ever noticed how, when you enter a space, some people seem to shrink or become defensive? It's not because you're doing anything, it's because they sense your presence doesn't fall for images. You don't buy into the superficial facades that others cling to. You see beyond appearances, into the heart of things. In the book of Proverbs 14:12, it says, "There is a way that appears to be right, but in the end it leads to death." You, with your authenticity, are a walking reminder of this principle, and for some, that reminder is uncomfortable. How does it feel to be the one who doesn't just see through the illusions, but exposes them simply by being yourself? You don't engage in the games of superiority, you don't feed egos, and you certainly don't entertain the charades others put on to feel powerful. And for people whose lives are built on these games, your presence is unsettling. They feel spiritually undressed, not because you're judging them, but because their own spirit recognizes that it can no longer hide behind the mask it's wearing. You are the embodiment of authenticity, something so rare in today's world that it causes a kind of spiritual vulnerability in others. What does it feel like to walk into a room and instantly challenge people's projections? How does it feel to be the one who forces others to either rise in truth or retreat in discomfort? When your energy enters a space, only truth feels natural. Everything else starts to dissolve. It's as though your presence rearranges the room not by force, but by its sheer existence. This, in itself, is disruptive in a world that measures success, power, and validation against others. How do you stay grounded when your very presence forces others to confront their own false narratives? You are not competing with anyone. That alone is what makes you so disruptive. In a world where everyone is constantly sizing each other up, your lack of competition with others becomes a mirror that reflects their insecurities. You're not fighting for attention, you're just being. And in that simple act of being, you reveal what's real. You reveal what others have spent years trying to hide or distract themselves from. Your light doesn't shine brighter than anyone else's. It shows what's been hidden in plain sight. In the book of Matthew 5:14, it says, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. When you show up, you are the light that makes shadows impossible to ignore." Some people find your presence liberating. They feel seen, understood, and inspired. Your authenticity gives them permission to stop pretending, to stop hiding behind their masks. For others, however, Your light is threatening. It dismantles their illusions, and that can feel destabilizing to those who have built their lives around them. But no matter the reaction, they can't deny your presence. You are the living proof that truth has weight, that when you stand firm in who you are, it has the power to shift the world around you. Isn't it powerful to know that just by being your true self, you activate a transformation in the space you occupy? You don't have to raise your voice. You don't need to make a spectacle. Your presence alone challenges the status quo. Those who are used to the surface-level interactions, the games of manipulation, false humility, and borrowed wisdom, will feel threatened by your authenticity. They will call you intimidating, arrogant, or aloof. But these labels aren't about you. They are a reflection of their own discomfort with truth. They fear the exposure of their own inauthenticity. You're not superior to them. You're not out to shame anyone. You simply make truth visible, and that visibility can be liberating for some and uncomfortable for others. What's most remarkable is how your presence continues to resonate long after you've left the room. They can try to move on, try to forget, but something within them will always remember. It's not nostalgia they haven't known you in this life. It's recognition. Your energy is a reminder of something that goes beyond time, something deeper than the world's noise. In a world full of counterfeits, you don't need to shine brighter. You don't need to fight for attention. You just have to be. And that simple act of being exposes everything that isn't real. Have you ever realized the power of your mere presence in making the world take notice of the truth it tries to ignore? You are the disruption in a world of conformity. You are the reminder that authenticity, when fully embodied, can change the very air people breathe. So stand firm, chosen one. You are the beacon of truth in a world that desperately needs it. Keep being your authentic self, because your light, your simple, unshakable presence, is a force that no one can ignore and nothing can dim. You are the answer to a question they've been avoiding, whether they know it or not. You don't unsettle people because you're trying to. You unsettle them because you carry a living reminder of everything they've compromised in order to fit in. The truth is, most people deep down know they've traded pieces of themselves for something that feels more secure. They've swapped authenticity for applause, purity for performance, truth for approval. In their desperate bid to survive in a world that constantly demands conformity, they've buried the truest parts of who they are. This is where you come in. You show up unapologetically real, and everything they've hidden begins to stir. You're not just walking into a room, you're walking into their unspoken history. Have you ever realized that just by being yourself, you stir up a storm in others that they don't even know how to handle? Your presence is not just a reminder of who they are, but a mirror of what they once were, or what they could have been had they not made those compromises. This is why they can't look away. Your authenticity touches something deep within them, something they've buried so far down they forgot it even existed. This recognition is magnetic because their soul longs for truth. It craves the very thing they've left behind. But it's also maddening because the ego hates being reminded of its own surrender. The ego built a fortress of protection around its compromises, its facade, and your presence threatens that carefully constructed illusion. This is why their reactions to you are so complex. They might speak highly of you, call you inspiring, but deep down, there's a part of them that resents you not for who you are, but for what you represent. They may call you brave, but secretly hope you fail. Why? Because your existence forces them to confront themselves, and that's a confrontation they aren't ready for. In the book of James 1:23-4, it says, "Anyone who listens to the word but does not do what it says is like someone who looks at his face in a mirror and after looking at himself, goes away and immediately forgets what he looks like." You are that mirror. When people look at you, they see themselves not who they want to be, but who they could have been if they hadn't sold their truth for external validation. You don't preach, you don't correct, you simply exist. Your life, the choices you've made, the way you carry yourself, becomes the loudest rebuke to everything fake around them. Your authenticity speaks louder than any sermon ever could. Your purity, your ability to refuse to play the game, feels like a lighthouse in a storm. In a world where most people are trapped in a cycle of performance, where everyone seems to be selling an image, you stand tall as a living example of something untouched by the chaos. How does it feel to be the person who doesn't bend to the world's pressure? You don't have to shout about your values. Your quiet refusal to engage in superficiality does all the talking. Your calm, your groundedness, your steadiness, all shine a light on the compromises others have made to fit in. And for some, this is deeply healing, a reminder of the strength they still have inside them if they choose to reconnect with it. But for others, your presence is unbearable. What is it about truth that makes it both liberating and terrifying at the same time? Even those who can't stand you can't forget you. Your existence leaves an imprint, one that no distraction or surface-level pleasure can erase. Because you've awakened a hunger for what's real, a hunger they've long since buried beneath layers of ambition and survival tactics. You didn't come to shame them, but in your own way, you force them to choose to either keep numbing or start remembering. In a world that thrives on distractions and surface-level engagements, you remind them of the depth they've been avoiding. What does it feel like to hold space for others to confront the truth they've been running from? In John 8:32, Jesus says, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." You, in all your authenticity, are a walking reminder of that truth. For those who are ready to embrace it, your presence is freeing. For those who aren't, it's threatening. And in a world that has trained people to fear the truth, you are the living proof that it's still possible to be whole in a society that rewards fragments. Your life is the answer they didn't even realize they needed, the answer they were too afraid to ask for. So stand firm in your authenticity. You are the answer they've been avoiding, and the answer they've been searching for all along. Whether they embrace it or resist it, you've awakened something in them that they can't silence anymore. Your life, simply by being lived, challenges their compromises and demands they face the truth. And that truth, whether they accept it or not, will continue to change everything. You are the interruption to their carefully constructed illusion of control. You are the one person they can't script, and that is precisely what shakes them to their core. Have you ever noticed how some people try so hard to control their surroundings, their image, their very reality? They've become masters at predicting reactions, knowing which buttons to press to spark anger, which words to use to evoke guilt, and which gestures to perform to earn admiration. They've turned manipulation into an art form, a game they know how to play. But then you showed up, and suddenly none of it works. The strategies they've used on everyone else fall flat when they try to apply them to you. You don't take the bait. You don't get hooked on their drama. You don't compete for their approval, and that alone disturbs them. In the book of Galatians 1:10, Paul writes, "Am I now trying to win the approval of human beings or of God? Or am I trying to please people?" Your life answers that question every day. You've stopped playing the game of seeking approval, and in doing so, you've transcended the need for validation. This is what terrifies them, the fact that you don't crave what they can give, and you aren't swayed by the power they wield. You don't rebel in the traditional sense. Rebellion acknowledges the system, the rules, the game. But you're not in that arena at all. You've transcended it. You don't need their approval. And because of that, they can't manipulate you the way they manipulate others. Isn't it a powerful thing to realize that your worth doesn't depend on the approval of anyone? Your indifference to their games is what makes you so unpredictable, and unpredictable is the worst kind of threat to those who thrive on control. People who thrive on control are addicted to power, to knowing they can bend others to their will. And when someone like you enters the picture, someone who refuses to be manipulated, they are left bewildered. They can't play chess with someone who refuses to sit at the board. It's not just that you reject their power, it's that you live without it. Your refusal to be controlled is neither loud nor combative. Have you ever noticed how powerful you are simply by refusing to engage with the games they play? You sidestep their traps without needing to announce it. You don't have to expose their tactics for everyone to see, because you simply don't respond to them. Your presence alone is enough to reveal how fragile their control truly is. In the book of Matthew 16:26, it says, "What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul?" This is the kind of peace you embody. You don't fight for approval, you don't crave admiration, and you don't chase status. You stand outside the system, unbothered by the levers they pull to try to move you. Your freedom, the freedom from the need to be controlled, is both disarming and terrifying. It's unsettling for people who've built their entire existence around manipulating others for their own security. They begin to realize that their power isn't real. It's an illusion, one that works only on those who seek something from them. And when you take nothing, when you need nothing from them, that power evaporates. What makes this even more unsettling for them is that you're not doing it to punish or embarrass anyone. It's just who you are. You don't respond to ego-driven games because you're not anchored in ego yourself. And this is what makes you so unpredictable in the best way. You become untouchable. In a world where manipulation is currency, you are the one person who can't be bought, steered, or controlled. That's why they can't stop whispering about you, studying you, trying to understand you. Every move you make sends them into a spiral because you expose the fragility of the systems they've spent their lives perfecting. Have you ever realized that your very presence is a reminder of how fragile the systems around you truly are? You don't just interrupt their control, you reveal how fragile it was all along. Your refusal to play the game exposes the reality that their power is an illusion, a power that only works if others choose to play along. But when you refuse to engage, you don't just step outside the game, you dismantle it. Your genuine self is the most powerful force in a world that values pretense. You are living proof that true power comes from within, that true freedom comes from releasing the need for external validation, and that truth, though unsettling to many, cannot be ignored. The more you stand firm in your authenticity, the more you force the world around you to confront the illusion of control. Stand firm in who you are, chosen one. You are the disruption this world needs, the one who doesn't just play the game, but breaks free from it entirely. Your presence alone is a testament to the fact that true power doesn't need validation, it just needs truth. Keep walking in that truth, because you are shaping the world around you simply by being who you are. They sense something that they can't quite name, a divine protection that envelops you in ways they can't understand. It's not luck, it isn't a charm, and it certainly isn't a coincidence. It's something much deeper, much more profound. People begin to feel it before they can even articulate what's happening. They witness situations tilting in your favor at the last possible moment. They see schemes against you unravel in ways that almost seem poetic, as if fate itself is working for you. And the people who aim to harm you, they seem to meet their own undoing, often in the most unexpected ways. Have you ever noticed how, when others try to bring you down, they end up falling into their own traps? These patterns don't feel random to them. They feel like the signature of something higher, a force that is active and guiding you in ways they can't comprehend. That's when their initial curiosity begins to transform into something deeper, into superstition. They start speaking your name with caution, almost as if saying it too boldly might invoke some kind of consequence. They lower their voices, their words becoming tinged with uncertainty, as if afraid that acknowledging you too loudly could bring forth the power they're sensing. This is the power of alignment with something bigger than yourself. It's not about walking around with a "look at me" attitude, but rather living with an integrity and purpose so deep that it activates spiritual laws most people have long forgotten even exist. In Psalm 91:11, it says, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." This isn't just a metaphor or an abstract idea, it's a living truth. Your very life is a testament to the reality that divine protection isn't just a concept, it's an active, protective force that surrounds you. You carry a covenantal covering that guards you in ways the world cannot explain. And others feel it. They sense that the usual karmic delays that they can get away with, the manipulations they've used on others for years, simply don't work on you. They try it, and it backfires instantly. Why do you think that is? Is it just coincidence, or is there something deeper at play? It's because you're walking under a spiritual contract that protects you in ways that most can't even fathom. It's not that you're cursing anyone or plotting their downfall. It's simply that the spiritual laws that govern your life are in motion. Violating the sacred alignment of your life triggers repercussions by design. How many times have you watched people try to harm you, only to have the universe flip the script on them in ways that make it feel like they're facing their own consequences? The truth is, you're living proof that divine protection is real. It's an active system, an invisible shield that protects those who walk with a purpose greater than personal ambition. In Isaiah 54:17, it says, "No weapon formed against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." This protection is not a passive idea, it's a living contract that actively guards those who are walking in divine alignment. You are a living reminder that some boundaries are not man-made, and some lives are under contracts they didn't sign but must respect. Your very presence reflects this truth. And this is why people feel so unsettled around you. It's not just your personality that intrigues them. They are trying to decode an invisible shield, a layer of protection that feels beyond them. This energy forces people to confront their own intentions around you. As they interact with you, their true motives begin to surface, whether it's secret envy, hidden malice, or quiet admiration. It all comes to light. Your life becomes a mirror for those around you. You expose their intentions by simply existing in the truth of who you are. In the same way that a mirror doesn't lie, your presence shows them the true cost of their choices, the choices they've made, knowingly or unknowingly, that affect their spirit. Have you ever realized how people around you, after encountering your energy, can't help but show their true selves? It's not because you're pointing it out, it's because your authenticity and divine protection dissolve their illusions and expose what's hidden beneath. The book of James 4:7 says, "Submit yourselves then to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you." You are a living embodiment of that power. People feel it when they're near you. They feel the resistance against their hidden agendas. They may not have the words to explain it, but they recognize that being in your presence requires them to confront the choices they've made, whether good or bad. And that can be terrifying. You are not here to punish them, but your life and the energy you radiate forces them to face what they've been avoiding. You remind them that some things cannot be manipulated, and some boundaries can't be crossed without consequences. You stand as a proof that divine protection and truth cannot be ignored, no matter how much they may want to. You are the living evidence that walking in alignment with something higher isn't just a lofty ideal, it's the ultimate form of protection. Your life is a testament to the fact that there are laws and forces at play that most people ignore or overlook. And in your presence, they are forced to confront the truth of their own actions, whether they're ready to or not. Stand firm, chosen one. The world may not understand your power, but they cannot deny it. You are a living force of divine protection, and your presence forces them to either evolve or face their resistance. Keep being who you are, authentic, anchored, and protected, because your very existence is changing the world around you. You are the living proof that divine protection is real, and no one can escape its truth. You don't fit into their hierarchies, and that's because you were born to rewrite them. From the moment you entered their orbit, they've been trying to place you into a neat, understandable box. They want to know where you rank, who you answer to, and what your place is in the grand social pecking order, and try as they might, they can't place you. They try to slide you beneath them, over them, or beside them, fitting you into the patterns they've so carefully constructed. But no matter where they place you, you never stay where they want you. The rules they've spent years perfecting just don't stick. This isn't some act of rebellion for the sake of defiance. It's simply your nature. You weren't born to blend into existing systems. You were born to reveal their limits. Have you ever realized that your mere existence forces others to question the very systems they've relied on? The hierarchies that seemed so firm, the power structures that seemed unshakable, all crumble when you step into the room. You don't have to topple them with protests, speeches, or actions. You do it just by being you, operating outside their logic. How powerful is it to know that your very presence is a disruption to the status quo? In the book of Matthew 23:11-1-2, Jesus teaches, "The greatest among you will be your servant, for those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted." You don't worship titles, status, or influence, and that's why people in power are both drawn to you and unsettled by you. On one hand, you are a breath of fresh air, because you don't play the game of social climbing or recognition. On the other hand, you're dangerous because you expose the hollowness of the very systems they've built their lives around. You're not trying to be above anyone. That's the point they miss entirely. You're not operating from their axis of power. You don't measure your worth by rank or status. You measure your worth by authenticity, purpose, and alignment with something far greater than ego. Isn't it liberating to know that your worth is not dependent on someone else's approval? In a world that values appearances and titles, you are immune to the endless game of thrones. You can walk into a room filled with power brokers, the influential and the wealthy, and not be impressed. And yet, you can sit beside someone society chooses to ignore and treat them with the utmost dignity and respect. Your refusal to bow to the hierarchy itself creates a gravitational shift wherever you go. Your presence doesn't just challenge the system, it exposes it for what it truly is. You don't need to say a word to reveal the cracks in their carefully constructed facades. The unwritten rules, the hidden exchanges, and the illusions of dominance are all made visible when you enter the space. That's why people both invite you and resist you at the same time. On one hand, they want you there because your presence legitimizes their existence. But on the other hand, they fear your essence because it destabilizes the very foundations they've built their power upon. Have you ever felt the power of being the quiet force that exposes the fragility of those who thrive on manipulation? In the book of Proverbs 16:18, it is written, "Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall." You are the living evidence that hierarchies based on vanity, manipulation, and fear can't last forever. The moment you enter a space, they know deep down that their systems are built on fragile ground. You are a walking revelation that the rules they play by are doomed to fail because they have no foundation in truth. Your life, simply by existing, is rewriting the script, and that, in itself, is what makes you unstoppable. You don't need to announce it. You don't need to scream your truth. Your truth is reflected in everything you do. And even if they never fully understand you, they'll never be able to unsee what you've shown them. You are the mystery they can't seem to unravel. It's as if your very presence holds a truth they cannot deny, no matter how much they try to resist it. Their souls can't stop worshipping, even if their minds are too proud to admit it. You don't need to win them over, and it doesn't matter if they like you or not. Even the ones who roll their eyes or sneer with sarcasm, they can't disguise what happens to their spirits when you show up. When you enter the room, something within them pauses, straightens, and pays attention. What is it about your energy that causes such a response? Their bodies may stay relaxed, their words may stay skeptical, but their souls react in a way they can't control. It's not charisma, and it's certainly not performance. It's something deeper, it's recognition. You carry something sacred, something that can't be packaged or explained. How can something so profound be sensed by the soul, even when the mind is too stubborn to admit it? And that's exactly why they can't stop orbiting you, even when they try to pretend they're not. This is what makes their reactions so strange and contradictory. They may mock you in public, but in private, they find themselves consulting your words for guidance. They may envy your strength, your grace, your truth, while secretly trying to imitate it. They may question your motives, but still never miss an opportunity to be near you. Why does this happen? It's because the tension they feel comes from the gap between their minds and their spirits. Their minds, trained by ego, conditioning, and social expectations, tell them you're just another person. But their souls, which are much older, wiser, and more honest, recognize you as evidence of something holy, walking in human disguise. In the book of 1 Peter 2-9, it says, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light." You are not just different, you are a living rebuttal to their disbelief. You remind them, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, that divinity hasn't gone extinct. You are proof that God still moves through flesh, and that the sacred does not need a cathedral to manifest. Your presence alone is a living manifestation of the holy, one that has no need for ceremony to be felt. People might not have the language for it, but their internal posture betrays them. They shift their energy around you. They become more careful with their words, more cautious in their movements, as if your presence is a reminder of something they can't escape. The way they watch you when they think you're not looking, it's reverence trying to sneak out through human behavior. Do you realize that simply by being yourself, you force others to confront the divine in ways they aren't prepared for? This is why you can never be reduced to just a role, just a type, just a label. You're not here to be idolized or put on a pedestal, yet your very existence forces people to reckon with something beyond their comprehension. You are the living proof that true greatness doesn't conform, that divine intelligence moves through human vessels, and that spiritual nobility still exists in a world desperate for appearances. Your life isn't about playing by the rules of this world, it's about rewriting them with every step you take. When you walk into a room, you change the rules without lifting a finger. You are not just someone people notice, you are someone they can't stop trying to understand. Their minds struggle to categorize you, but their souls recognize you instantly. Every step you take, every word you speak, every pause you hold, carries layers of depth and power that can't be measured by fame, money, or influence. You are the living proof that true authority doesn't need to scream for attention. What would it be like if we could all walk in such a profound truth, one that transcends all the noise around us? In Matthew 5:14, it says, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. You carry an authority that is ancient yet alive, a calm that cannot be replicated, and a light that effortlessly exposes falsehoods. Your presence is unmistakable. You disrupt the established order without lifting a finger, simply by being who you are, authentic, aligned, and connected to something higher than yourself." Have you ever noticed that the more you align with your truth, the more the world tries to understand it, yet it can't? It's because what you embody is beyond their comprehension. It's the sacred made flesh. You are the living proof that, in a world obsessed with appearances, divinity still walks among us, and you are the vessel through which that light shines. Stand firm, chosen one. The world may try to reduce you to something it can control, but you are rewriting that script with every step you take. Your life is a testament to the fact that true power doesn't conform to human standards. It is a divine force that moves through you, reshaping everything it touches. People may mock, envy, or even question you, but their fascination is inevitable. It's not because you demand attention or crave validation. You don't need to perform or make a spectacle. Your presence alone reveals something deep within them, something they can no longer ignore. You awaken truths they've buried deep inside, challenge their false constructs, and expose the gaps in their carefully curated images. What is it about you that causes their truth to surface, whether they want it to or not? You carry the duality of blessing and test the kind of presence that can both heal and expose. Your energy is both soothing and unsettling at once, a calm that shatters chaos. It's not that you actively try to disrupt or dismantle the world around you. It's simply that your existence is an interruption to the falsehoods they've built their lives on. You are the reflection of what they've lost, the mirror of who they could have been had they not compromised their truth for the comfort of conformity. In the book of James 1:2-4, it says, "Consider it pure joy whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." You are the test they didn't choose but are forced to face by simply being yourself. Your resilience, your authenticity, and your alignment with something higher awaken something profound in them, something that cannot be contained or fully understood. The power you carry defies manipulation and control. You don't need to scream, shout, or impose your will on others. You simply exist, and that existence forces the world around you to confront their own limitations. It reminds them that there are forces at play in this world that can't be predicted or fully understood. Some forces, like divine protection and truth, simply cannot be contained. They may try to control you, to place you in a category, or make you fit into their preconceived systems, but you transcend all of it. How do you embody something so potent that it rattles the very systems around you without even lifting a finger? In Isaiah 55:8-9, it says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." This passage speaks directly to your existence. You operate from a higher plane, from an axis outside their constructs. Your very being is a living reminder that authenticity, truth, and spiritual alignment are forces greater than what the world has conditioned them to believe. You don't fit into their hierarchies or power dynamics because you were never meant to. You redefine the rules of hierarchy, authority, and energy. You don't just survive the world, you challenge it, creating a shift wherever you go. In the spaces you inhabit, your energy disrupts the established order, leaving people reverent and unsettled in equal measure. They may be drawn to you, but they also fear the power of your authenticity. You force them to confront the truth of their own existence, the lies they've told themselves, and the compromises they've made in the name of survival. Have you ever noticed how people react to your presence with such contradictions? They may envy you or feel threatened by you, yet can't seem to stay away. They mock you publicly, but in private, they turn to your words for guidance. They question your motives, but can't help but study you, looking for answers. This complex dance between admiration and resistance is all a result of the mystery you embody. You are encrypted in layers of wisdom, resilience, and divine alignment, a mystery that fascinates them even as it challenges them. You are not just a person, you are living proof that spiritual power is real. Your life reflects the truth that God still moves through flesh, and that the sacred is still present in a world filled with imitation and superficiality. In a society where performances and false facades dominate, your presence is a shining example that authenticity and truth will always shine brighter than any imitation. In Matthew 5:14, it says, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." You are the light that can't be ignored, the light that exposes the darkness of manipulation, ego, and falsehood. People may try to disguise their true feelings, but your light makes everything visible, forcing them to confront the truth about themselves. And that's what makes them so obsessed with you. It's not about you, it's about the truth you carry. Your mere existence shakes their world, forces them to question their own intentions, and reminds them of something they've long forgotten, that divinity still walks in human form. Whether they are drawn to you or repelled by you, they cannot ignore you. You are a living testament to the fact that true greatness is found in alignment with something higher. You rewrite the script with every step you take, proving that spiritual authority doesn't conform to the world's rules. You are the embodiment of a higher power moving through you, and whether they acknowledge it or not, your presence has already changed the rules of the game. So stand tall in your truth. Your presence is rewriting the script of this world just by being you. Let your light shine, let your authenticity disrupt the systems, and let your divine alignment be the force that transforms everything in its path. In the end, God's chosen ones are not just figures of fascination, they are living embodiments of divine truth in a world that desperately seeks authenticity. They are the ones who disrupt the systems, shatter the illusions, and awaken the parts of us that we often try to suppress. The truth is, the obsession others have with you is not about you at all. It's about the undeniable force of divine energy you carry. The power you embody comes not from seeking attention, but from living in alignment with a higher purpose. This energy is so magnetic that it forces others to confront their own truths, their own darkness, and their own hidden potential. As you continue to walk in this divine alignment, you will notice that the more authentically you show up, the more you draw attention, not just for who you are on the surface, but for the spiritual depth you carry within. People will either be drawn to your light or feel threatened by it, but either way, they cannot ignore it. The higher you rise in your purpose, the more you will be surrounded by both admiration and resistance. The key is to remain anchored in your truth, knowing that you are a reflection of something much bigger than anything the world can offer. Remember, you were never meant to fit in or conform to societal expectations. You are a beacon of hope, a living testament that divinity can still walk among us, not in grand gestures or impressive displays, but in the quiet power of authenticity. You are the reminder that spiritual nobility still exists in a world that has largely forgotten it. And so, to those of you who have been touched by this message, I encourage you to take this energy and carry it into the world. Embrace your uniqueness. Stand firm in your divine purpose, knowing that the more you shine in your truth, the more you help others awaken to their own. You are the change this world needs, and your presence is already making an impact, whether you can see it or not. If this message resonated with you, I invite you to engage with this channel, like, comment, and share this video with others who need to hear it. Let's build a community of those who embrace their divine purpose and walk in the light of their calling. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to stay connected with more inspiring and life-changing messages. Thank you for being here. Whether you've supported this channel through a super thanks or just by your view, your presence is deeply appreciated. You are seen, you are valued, and your energy is a blessing. May you continue to shine brightly, knowing that you are a living example of the divine power that still moves through us today. May peace, purpose, and prosperity be with you every step of the way. Until next time, be blessed. Have you ever stepped into a lobby, a line, or a late-night grocery aisle and felt the air change before anyone spoke, like the room suddenly remembered you from a story it forgot to tell? A cashier pauses mid-scan. A child keeps peeking around their parent. Someone across the room seems startled, as if they almost recognized you. You know it's not your outfit. You checked your face. Yet the stares keep landing, and your spirit whispers, "There it is again." If that tug rings true, slide a quiet 777 into the comments so your tribe can find you in the crowd. And to everyone who has sustained these messages through super thanks, thank you from the deepest place. Your generosity keeps a fire lit for the ones wandering in the dark, searching for the very words you helped carry here. Chosen one, you didn't arrive by accident. This is divine timing reaching for your shoulder. When your inner voltage rises, the world feels it, even when it can't explain it. Some people lean closer, like they're warming their hands over a flame. Others grow nervous, as if your presence exposes a mirror they weren't ready to face. Both responses tell the same truth. Your frequency is not ordinary. That's why the eyes linger. We're about to name what your spirit has been sensing, why strangers stare, why you shift a room's temperature without saying a word, why even animals sometimes track you with calm attention, and why you leave certain places feeling charged or drained. I'll show you the spiritual mechanics, the energetic currents, and yes, the psychological patterns behind those glances. Before we open that door, tap subscribe and the bell so you don't miss what unfolds next, and share this with one person you know carries that same quiet thunder. If your heart just thumped in agreement, type 777 now. Take a breath. Feel that hum under your ribs, ready to hear the real reason they can't look away. Let's step into it together. God's chosen ones. This is why strangers can't stop staring at you. You keep wondering why strangers can't stop staring, but the answer begins long before their eyes find you. To make sense of those glances that trail you through a hallway or hover over you in a cafe, you first need language for what you carry. This isn't trend, charisma, or even raw talent. It runs deeper. It is the current of the Spirit. You were marked before your first breath, set apart in the mind of God before time pressed its stamp on you. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you is not poetry for someone else. It is your origin story in Jeremiah 1-5. Does that explain why the air subtly shifts when you enter? Why conversation dips for a heartbeat as if the room itself is listening? People sense something but rarely name it. The atmosphere tilts. Your silence carries weight. Your spirit is old, with wisdom collected through seasons of breaking and rebuilding, awakening and refining. Even when your mind cannot trace every lesson, your energy remembers and announces it. You are the light of the world, Jesus said in Matthew 5:14, and light does not apologize for shining. When your aura steps into a space, shadows reorganize. Have you felt that quick recalibration, as if souls are reading you before anyone asks your name? Many move through life spiritually drowsy, detached from what is sacred. That is why your arrival unsettles the ordinary. Your light interrupts autopilot. Your very existence taps sleeping hearts on the shoulder. Think of Moses descending the mountain. His face shone, and the people could hardly look, not because he performed for them, but because glory rested on him. Exodus 34. Isn't it striking that true radiance needs no announcement? Without a word, your presence becomes a question others must answer. What woke up inside me just now? You've noticed how easily people confide in you. Secrets loosen. Strangers ask you for direction they can't justify. That is not coincidence. The spirit of a person is the lamp of the Lord, Proverbs 20:27, and your lamp burns steady. You don't merely exist, you emit. Truth, clarity, and quiet authority move from you the way fragrance follows crushed myrrh. Even on the days when uncertainty brushes your mind, others treat you like a compass. Why would they do that unless something in them has already recognized the map you carry? Presence is not posture alone, it is spiritual gravity. You carry it without effort. Even when you try to blend in, you stand as a landmark the soul can't ignore. That isn't vanity, it's calling. Like David, overlooked by people, chosen by God, you are anointed for a path that does not look like the crowd's road. Oil found David in a field. Favor finds you in unlikely places. Have you seen doors ease open for you while others push and rattle the same handles? Joseph lived that current of favor in Egypt, and it provoked both admiration and envy. The same blessing that comforts some will expose others. No wonder eyes linger a little too long. Most chase attention by raising their volume. You were built to be felt. Your soul speaks first. Your frequency is read before your voice is heard. Is this why certain rooms feel too small, why you've stood among many yet sensed you don't quite belong. You weren't made for camouflage. You were crafted to awaken sleepers by the simple fact of your aliveness. Daniel carried an excellent spirit in Babylon. It distinguished him without campaign or slogan. Daniel 6. Rarity draws eyes every time. When the uncommon arrives, curiosity follows, doesn't it? Spiritual favor rests on you in ways that resist tidy explanation. Some will smile at your presence and not know why. Others will stiffen as hidden insecurities surface under your light. Both reactions send the same signal: confirmation. You're not merely a person crossing the street. You are a living broadcast. You're a mirror that shows people either who they could become or what they have avoided becoming. Have you ever watched someone trail off mid-sentence when you entered, as if a deeper conversation just began inside them? Children and animals often tell the truth. Adults have learned to hide. A baby's eyes follow you, and the corners of their mouth lift as if recognizing a familiar warmth. A restless dog becomes gentle at your feet. In the Gospels, little ones ran to Jesus while scholars debated him. The nearer a heart is to the veil, the quicker it recognizes peace and power. Isn't it beautiful that innocence still knows what wisdom looks like? You don't always feel radiant. You've walked through fire. Smoke tried to cling to you. You've been misread, isolated, underestimated. Yet the furnace forged what oil alone could not. Suffering produces endurance, endurance character, and character hope. Romans 5:3-4. That sequence lives in your bones. The glow others notice is the testimony of what didn't kill you. It's not the hairstyle, not the jacket. It is the evidence, strength refined, wisdom distilled, mercy learned the hard way. Could that be why heads turn? Because your survival shines like a lamp determined not to go dark. Public lives echo the same pattern. Mother Teresa, an Albanian nun scarcely 5 feet tall, could hush a room of diplomats without raising her voice. Compassion did the speaking. Nelson Mandela, statesman and peacemaker, walked out of prison carrying dignity so tangible that history itself seemed to stand at attention. C.S. Lewis, the Oxford writer, reminded us we are not bodies with souls, but souls with bodies. Perhaps that is why your soul is what people meet first. Martin Luther King Jr. called it soul force, a moral power that lifts an audience before the words fully land. When soul force enters, hearts measure themselves. Isn't that what you see on certain faces? Assessment, hope, even holy discomfort. Bring it closer to everyday ground and notice how presence works in quiet stories. In a downtown office, a soft-spoken analyst at the back row began choosing integrity over shortcuts. Without any change in wardrobe, co-workers started seeking her counsel on problems that weren't in her job description. A client's fussy toddler reached for her and laughed. A manager who never remembered names began trusting her with more. She didn't campaign, peace campaigned for her. On a night shift, a nurse simply breathed steadiness into a chaotic ER. No speeches, no spotlight, yet the room recalibrated around her. A grieving father finally unclenched his jaw. A resident found clear words for a complicated case. By morning, everyone knew who had anchored the storm. You recognize the pattern. When inner agreement with God deepens, rooms turn to find the source of that current. Have you noticed this same trail behind you? Do not fear the stairs. Some are admiration, some are envy, some are awakening, but all are proof that your light is on. Arise, shine, for your light has come. Isaiah 60:1 is not a slogan, it is your assignment. The one who called you will not dim you to make others comfortable. Your task is not to shrink but to steward. You were never meant to be unseen. You were fashioned as a signpost that points upward. If you want a simple phrase for it, call it spiritual weight. You carry it like the disciples who stood before councils with no elite credentials, yet leaders marveled at their boldness. Acts 4. You carry it like Ruth, whose quiet loyalty turned a lineage and drew Boaz's attention in a field full of workers. You carry it like Esther, whose presence changed a king's decision and saved a nation. Presence does that. It rearranges possibilities. What will shift next when you step in with that same holy steadiness? So when eyes linger at the grocery store, on the train, in the waiting room, let understanding settle your heart. You aren't being measured for fashion or status. Spirits are waking up around you. Something in them is reading the message written on you: endurance, clarity, mercy, authority, hope. Let that awareness keep you kind when envy surfaces, patient when curiosity prods, and courageous when unmarked doors swing open. Here is what those stares are really saying. Your energy is loud even when your voice is soft. You are known before you were known, lit before you were visible. Now that you understand what you carry, the world's reaction finally makes sense. Walk on, shine on. And when the room falls briefly quiet as you arrive, smile. Someone's spirit just heard the bell you were born to ring. You've noticed the way strangers lock onto you, and now that you recognize the weight of the calling you carry, it's time to uncover the deeper spiritual mechanics at work. This isn't about charisma, clothing, or features that stand out. It is the unseen world responding to you, the pulse of spirit, the resonance of holiness, the divine codes God placed within you that hum quietly even when you say nothing. Scripture names this reality. You are the light of the world, and light does something to darkness. It reveals, confronts, reorders. Matthew 5:14, Ephesians 5:13. When you enter a room, the atmosphere doesn't shift because of a clever phrase. It shifts because your spirit is lit like a lamp set on a stand, and lamps expose whatever has been hiding in shadow. Have you noticed how conversations soften, stop, or strangely swerve when you simply arrive? Your presence carries a heat that cold rooms can't ignore. John writes, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." John 1-5. Darkness doesn't negotiate with light. It reacts. That's why some people grow uneasy around you. Nothing about you is wrong. Their spirit is encountering what is pure, awake, and unbendingly real. Think of Jesus walking into the synagogue in Mark 1. A man with an unclean spirit erupted before a sermon even finished, simply because true authority stepped into the space. In a similar way, the fragrance of your life, a sweet aroma of Christ, is life to some and unbearable to others. 2 Corinthians 2:15-16. Does this explain why a cashier froze mid-sentence, or why a co-worker avoided your eyes as if they were looking into a mirror they weren't ready to face? Many live not in deliberate wickedness, but in spiritual dimness, going through motions, disconnected from who God made them to be. When a person who is aligned with heaven walks into that fog, the room stirs. Hearts blink awake, the sleepy parts of souls sense morning. Consider King David. Before he ever killed Goliath, he brought a different climate into Saul's house. When he played the harp, a tormenting spirit lost its grip. 1 Samuel 16:23. Alignment carries weather. You carry weather. Have you noticed how arguments shrink, secrets squirm, or kindness suddenly feels possible when you simply stand there? Your light also functions like glass. It reflects. Jesus said, "There is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed." Luke 8:17. When people look at you, their shame, grief, or bitterness can surface because your presence calls truth out of hiding. That's why some stares feel warm and hungry, while others feel cold or startled, as if you walked past someone burying a box in their backyard and your footsteps made the dirt tremble. That look is not hatred of you, it is fear of exposure within them. Remember the woman at the well in John 4. One conversation with truth himself, and what she had avoided for years, came into the open, not to condemn her, but to free her. Your presence can quietly deliver the same invitation. There is also recognition at play. Some people stare because something in you rings a bell they cannot name. Think of the disciples on the road to Emmaus. They did not recognize Jesus at first, yet their hearts burned with familiarity. Luke 24-32. Or consider John the Baptist sensing Jesus before birth. Even in the womb he leapt. Luke 1:41. The spirit often perceives before the mind understands. When an elderly stranger nods as if greeting an old friend, when a child studies you with wonder, could it be that your calling has a sound their soul remembers? Scripture affirms a pre-earth knowing. Before I formed you in the womb I knew you. Before you were born I set you apart. Jeremiah 1-5. Your life carries the echo of that appointment. People meet you and feel a memory rise, the way a melody returns, even when the words are lost. Think, too, about mantles assignments that outlive one generation and rest on another. Elijah's mantle fell on Elisha, and cities felt the continuity of power. 2 Kings 2. In a similar way, your aura, your God-given authority, bears the imprint of battles won in your lineage and prayers stored in heaven. Some recognize it without knowing why. That's why they whisper, "Old soul," or "I feel like we've met." They're picking up the gravity of your assignment, not coincidence. Scripture gives more scenes of this reaction. In Acts 16, Paul's mere presence agitated a fortune-telling spirit that followed him for days. Truth and counterfeits cannot share a table. In Luke 8, the demonized man ran to Jesus from a distance. The light in Christ drew him long before words were exchanged. In both cases, the spiritual realm recognized authority first, then faces and names. Is that why some strangers soften and others bristle? Is that why a random bystander sometimes smiles in relief, as if rescued, while another looks at you like they've seen a ghost? Here is a gentle layer many overlook. The stare can be hunger. People ache for the real, and you carry it. Isaiah says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come. Nations will come to your light." Isaiah 60:1-3. Nations begin with one person at a bus stop, one clerk at a market, one neighbor lingering a little too long. They're not staring at your features. They're searching for the name of what they feel: hope with a spine, peace that doesn't flinch, authority that doesn't need to raise its voice. Your life makes homesick hearts remember the way home. Practically, this explains why an older man in line at the pharmacy nodded at you with quiet respect, why a mother on a park bench watched you and then hugged her child tighter, why a friend confessed something they never intended to say. Your presence pressed truth to the surface. The Word of God discerns the thoughts and intents of the heart, Hebrews 4:12. And when you carry that word, rooms rearrange around it. Have you noticed how laughter turns sincere, how sarcasm loses steam, how tears appear without warning? Not every reaction will be warm. Some stares are guarded because your light exposes a fork in the road. But even resistance can be grace. Saul scowled at David before he ever loved him, yet destiny wove through both responses. In time, those who bristle may circle back, drawn by the same light they once avoided. Until then, keep shining. The point is not to be seen, it is to carry presence. Your task is not to explain yourself to every gaze, but to remain aligned with the one who placed his fire in you. So when eyes linger, receive it as confirmation. Heaven has marked you, and the world awake or weary can feel it. Walk on in that assurance, steady, prayerful, unobtrusively bold. You don't have to announce the fire. Fire announces itself. You've sensed it before, the angelic presence that quietly shadows your steps. As God's chosen one, you are accompanied, not abandoned. Scripture anchors this truth. He commands his angels to guard you in every path you take, and angels are sent to serve those who will inherit salvation. Even on days when your heart feels misunderstood, what surrounds you is not emptiness, but a shield. Could this explain why certain rooms feel safer the moment you cross the threshold, even before a word is spoken? Why do some people glance past your shoulder as if greeting someone taller who stands just behind you? Elisha prayed that his servant's eyes would open, and suddenly the hills burned with chariots of fire. If their eyes were opened around you, what would they see? Panic or protection, confusion or ordered ranks? There is a reason the air shifts when you arrive. The backing of heaven does not need noise to be known. Peter walked out of iron gates that opened on their own, led by an angel while the city slept. How many gates have moved for you that you only recognized in hindsight? When a tense conversation settles into honesty without your forcing it, could it be that peace arrived on assignment? Yet the same light that calms the sincere agitates the envious. Alignment unsettles whatever is out of tune. Have you noticed it? The measuring stare, the tight jaw, the quick change of subject when your joy refuses to dim. Proverbs warns that envy rots the bones, and where jealousy grows, disorder follows. Why do some look at you as if your very peace is a provocation? David felt that heat. After triumph, Saul watched him with a narrowed gaze. Joseph felt it in the quiet before the pit. Is it possible that the resistance you face is not about your personality, but about your permission from God? Think about those who carried a similar weight in public life. Corrie ten Boom, the Dutch watchmaker who sheltered Jews during the war, stepped onto platforms and an immediate hush would arrive. Was it charisma, or a presence that asked listeners to tell the truth to themselves? Desmond Tutu, the South African archbishop, stood with unbending kindness that made cruelty feel out of place. Why did opponents often soften in the radius of his smile? Presence can do what arguments cannot. Now consider two brief scenes from ordinary days, told without fanfare. A woman named Amina stood alone at a bus stop at dusk, scrolling through old messages that had kept her bound to a toxic rhythm. A police siren wailed in the distance and then faded. She looked up, caught the reflection of her face in the shelter glass, and suddenly closed the message thread. Something in the evening felt different, like a still hand on a shoulder. What changed in that moment? Perhaps peace took the seat that panic used to occupy. In another city, a young analyst named Raphael waited outside a conference room with a pitch deck that stretched the truth. He listened to the low hum of the building and felt a quiet insistence rise. Tell it straight. He did, and instead of losing the deal, he gained a mentor who valued integrity. Where did that insistence come from? When heaven backs a path, even opportunities learn to honor it. Not every stare will be warm. Some eyes carry rivalry, asking why you stand out without clamoring for attention. How could they know the nights you wrestled to stay true, or the mornings you chose obedience over applause? Favor looks effortless from a distance. Up close, it is fire-tested. Have you noticed how children often smile at you first, as if their spirits recognize home before their words can? Have you seen how the weary sometimes hold your gaze a heartbeat longer, as though thirst recognized a well? Here is the quiet distinction that keeps you steady. Your energy does not beg, it bears witness. Authority rooted in God does not perform, it abides. What if your task is not to explain yourself to every gaze, but to remain clean, humble, and aligned? When envy watches, it is watching a mirror that refuses to bend. When hunger watches, it is watching a door that finally opened. So when eyes linger, treat it as confirmation rather than confusion. Angels amplify the mission of the one who sent you. They do not compete for the spotlight. Will you let that assurance settle your posture today? Walk as one escorted, speak as one authorized. And when you feel the room, take a breath. Remember, presence arrived before your sentence did. You sensed it long before you could explain it. When God chose you, He marked you, not with ink, but with a seal that lives in your spirit and rests on your life. Scripture names this reality plainly. You were marked in Him with a seal, the promised Holy Spirit, and God set His seal of ownership on us. Ephesians 1:13, 2 Corinthians 1:22. That mark is not a rumor you tell yourself. It is a beacon others feel before they find the words. Why do eyes linger when you enter, even from those who don't know your name? Why does silence ripple in a crowded place as if someone dimmed the noise? Your destiny has a signal, and it travels farther than your voice. This seal is more than sentiment. It is recognition in the unseen. In Revelation, servants of God are sealed on their foreheads before the storm, a sign that heaven knows who belongs to whom. Revelation 7:3. Ezekiel witnessed a similar mystery. a mark placed upon the foreheads of those who grieved over evil, setting them apart for mercy. Ezekiel 9-4. Is that why some people are drawn to you without understanding why? As if their soul heard a familiar tone, your life keeps singing. They are not studying your posture, their spirit is reading your signature. You notice it in small moments. A stranger keeps glancing up, then staring through you as though listening for a name. Another person goes still, not out of hostility but hunger. What are they trying to decode? Your resume or your resonance? Your stillness speaks because your peace carries authority. Jesus calmed storms with a sentence because his identity spoke first. His words simply made public what his presence had already declared. When you carry the seal of the Holy Spirit, your life tells the truth even when you are silent. Does this explain why some watch you with respect they never verbalize, while others look unsettled as if their thoughts just bumped into a mirror? The higher your alignment, the brighter your visibility in the spiritual realm. You think you're just walking into a room. Heaven registers a lamp set on a stand. Arise, shine. Nations will come to your light, Isaiah writes, and Paul adds that you shine like stars in a crooked generation. Isaiah 60:1-3, Philippians 2:15. Light attracts what longs for warmth and what hides from it. This is why discernment matters. In Acts 16, a fortune-telling spirit recognized Paul's authority and shadowed him for days, agitated by the presence it could not control. In Mark 5, a tormented man ran to Jesus from a distance because spiritual realms recognize rank before humans catch up. Visibility is a gift and a responsibility. Who notices you first, the hungry or the hostile? Because you are seen by more than human eyes, protection is not optional. Guard your atmosphere the way a watchman guards the city. Psalm 91 is not a poem to admire, but a shelter to live under. The armor of God in Ephesians 6 is not metaphor, but equipment. Cover your doorposts with prayer, just as Israel marked theirs with blood in Exodus 12, and keep your boundaries clean. Have you felt the difference on days when you consecrate your morning versus days you rush into the noise uncovered? Even your rooms learn your routines. Peace becomes the house scent, and heaviness loses its seat. Real lives echo this mark. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a German pastor and theologian who resisted the Nazis, carried a quiet steadiness that made even skeptics pause. His letters from prison still read like a man sealed for a purpose larger than survival. Florence Nightingale, the pioneering nurse, walked hospital corridors at night with a lamp. Soldiers said her presence alone stitched courage back into them. Were these merely strong personalities, or did their dedication amplify a signal heaven had already placed on them? Your calling produces a similar hush in ordinary places. Now picture two brief scenes, unannounced and unromantic, where the mark quietly spoke. Elena, a history teacher, sat in her car outside an evening class. She had prepared to compromise just this once to keep a fragile friendship. Then a line of a psalm she hadn't read in years surfaced whole. "Teach me your way, Lord. Lead me in a straight path." The compromise fell away like ash. Nobody applauded. She just chose the straight path. In another city, Jamal, a line cook, stepped out for air behind the restaurant after a brutal shift. A thought he could not shake rose with the steam. Go home, forgive your brother, sleep. He did. The next morning, the call he received changed the trajectory of two families. No spotlight, only a mark that speaks, even when the world is loud. Your visibility also explains another phenomenon, the silent jury of watchers who do not realize they are watching. Their minds analyze, but their souls search. Why does your calm hold when the headlines scream? Why does your face stay open when cynicism feels fashionable? Joseph wore a coat that made him noticeable, but it was the favor beneath the fabric that provoked both jealousy and remembrance. Years later, his brothers recognized him, not by clothing, but by a presence time could not erase. Genesis 37:45. What if those long stares you receive are not evaluations, but awakenings? Old thirst remembering where the well is. Of course, not every gaze is a blessing. Some eyes carry rivalry, scanning for weakness to justify their discomfort. Envy will measure what it cannot manufacture. Saul watched David with narrowed eyes, not because David shouted, but because David's victories whispered that God was with him. 1 Samuel 18:9-14. The answer is not to shrink, but to stay clean. You represent light, not performance. Aligning with truth is your protection and your power. Will you let your peace remain unbothered by comparison's noise? Hold this steady in your ribs. You are a living reminder that alignment with God is possible in the middle of chaos. That is why rooms change without commands. That is why children often smile at you first. Spirits recognize home earlier than language does. That is why the weary hold your gaze a heartbeat longer, as if hope just took form. "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" David wrote, and your life echoes that sentence in hallways and elevators, in checkout lines and long commutes. Psalm 27:1. Where you stand, truth stands. Where you rest, rest multiplies. So do not dim to soothe misunderstanding. Do not explain away your anointing to make envy comfortable. Let them stare. Let curiosity do its work. Let resistance reveal itself and then pass. Your task is beautifully simple. Keep walking in truth. Keep blessing your spaces with prayer. Keep your heart uncluttered so your signal stays clear. When you step through a doorway, you carry a seal from the King, and whether the room loves you or resists you, it feels you. They may forget your words by evening, but they will not forget the moment their spirit recognized yours. This is what it means to be marked, remembered by heaven, noticed by the unseen, read by hungry hearts. The next time eyes linger, don't flinch and don't negotiate your brightness. Offer a quiet smile. Somewhere beneath their questions, a memory of God just woke up. And in a world addicted to the counterfeit, the real will always be unforgettable. You've traced the spiritual currents behind those lingering glances. Now let's ground it where people actually meet you, mind, body, and the small movements that speak louder than words. Your light is spiritual, yet it prints itself onto posture, breath, tone, and timing. Before you introduce your name, your body already makes an introduction. When most people shuffle through the day in survival mode, eyes down, shoulders folded, you carry a quiet alignment. The way you stand signals safety without submission and strength without noise. That stillness isn't showmanship, it's coherence. In an anxious world, coherence reads like a flare. Have you noticed how conversations pause when you arrive, not because you demand attention, but because calm reorders the room? Scripture keeps language for this. Wisdom makes one's face shine, Ecclesiastes 8:1. Countenance is posture turned outward. David stepped toward Goliath, not with bluster, but with settled composure. The giant mocked, yet something about David's stride announced a different center of gravity. Jesus before Pilate stood so present that a Roman governor, holding the power of life and death, became the one unsettled. John 19:8-11. Your carriage chin level, steps unhurried, tells the brain of every onlooker that scarcity is not your master. And the human brain notices anomalies first. In a corridor buzzing with hurry, the person who is not rushing draws the eye. Your ease becomes a question mark in their tension. Your authenticity amplifies that signal. In a culture of filters and borrowed opinions, sincerity is rare enough to feel like an event. Nathanael met Jesus, and the Lord named him a true Israelite, in whom there is no deceit. John 1:47, no spin, no angles. Your refusal to perform disarms people who have been performing all day. What is that gaze that doesn't beg for approval, they wonder, and what would it feel like to live that way? Curiosity is attention, and attention looks like a stare. They try to decode your quiet, the confidence that doesn't posture, the peace that doesn't apologize, the steadiness that doesn't need to be explained. Eye contact becomes one of your most fluent languages, Many glance and retreat. You meet eyes and remain, not as a challenge but as recognition. When the Lord turned and looked at Peter after the rooster crowed, that single look cut deeper than any speech. Luke 22-61. The eyes of the awakened soul don't skim, they see. People feel that seeing and pause. Why do they feel known by someone who hasn't said a word? You're not penetrating to expose. You're attending to honor, yet attention itself is powerful. It's difficult to avert your gaze from someone who looks at you the way truth would look: steady, kind, unflinching. Underneath all this, the subconscious is quietly busy. The mind is always scanning for threats, patterns, and outliers. Your calm is an outlier. When you enter a room, the collective nervous system has a tiny decision to make: match your rhythm or bounce off it. Even without words, people orient around a consistent signal. That's why an entire table grows quieter for a moment when you approach. Their bodies are negotiating with your tempo. Think of Jesus on the storm-tossed sea. Before a command was spoken, his presence was already the contradiction to chaos. Mark 4:39. Your presence carries its own weather system, and the subconscious reads barometric change faster than the conscious mind can name it. Physical details play their part, but not in the shallow way the world imagines beauty. A soul print shows through features. Moses' face shone after time in God's presence, Exodus 34-29. Countenance can be memorable because it carries encounter. Your eyes often hold paradox, tenderness and steel, invitation and resolve, and that tension is striking. Maybe your face is symmetrical, maybe it simply refuses to be forgettable. Either way, memory attaches to meaning. People remember you because their spirit attached meaning to your presence. Even your voice participates. Jesus taught as one who had authority, and crowds noticed a weight that did not rely on volume. Mark 1:22. You may speak seldom, but your pacing, your pauses, your refusal to waste words, these create gravity. Gravity gathers orbit. Human psychology explains another layer. People stare when they feel either threatened or deeply intrigued. You do both to ordinary patterns. Your stillness challenges the addiction to noise. Your restraint disrupts the worship of spectacle. Yet you also invite. There's a sense that you carry a sealed letter, a truth worth waiting to hear. Mystery draws attention, not secrecy, substance. Paul called it the mystery. Christ in you, the hope of glory. Colossians 1:27. That mystery is not coyness, it's depth. People lean in toward depth like plants lean toward light. Real lives show how presence works. Fred Rogers, a children's television pioneer, moved at the speed of care. Journalists noted that rooms slowed around him. Even cynics found themselves lowering their voices. Calm was not his tactic, it was his truth. Malala Yousafzai, the education activist, speaks with an unhurried courage that makes even hardened officials choose their words more carefully. Pope Francis, known for his gentle, attentive gaze, often meets eyes before he speaks. People report feeling seen first and addressed second. What happens in those rooms? The same thing happening around you. Nervous systems attuned to integrity, and eyes follow. You see it in small scenes that don't make headlines. Late one evening at a corner diner, a server juggling too many tables kept dropping cutlery and apologizing under her breath. You lifted your eyes when she came by, asked a simple, honest question about her day, and then just listened. 10 seconds of clean attention, no phone, no impatience. She breathed differently after that. The couple at the next booth looked over and kept looking, as if a pressure valve had clicked somewhere they couldn't name. On another afternoon, outside a crowded elevator, a man rehearsed a cutting remark under his breath. You stepped aside without hurry, gave a quiet nod, and held the door. He stared at you all the way to the lobby, said nothing, and when the doors opened, he went left instead of right, the direction of reconciliation, the direction he'd almost avoided. Your detachment from performance is its own magnetism. When everyone shouts to be seen, the one who doesn't compete becomes the loudest signal in the room. Jesus often withdrew from the crowd after miracles, Luke 5:16. He would not make himself the carnival. That refusal created a holy contrast. People sought him all the more, not because he begged for attention, but because attention rested on him naturally. You model a similar refusal, no chasing applause, no bending your voice into the popular shape, and the paradox happens. Admiration arrives quietly, through long glances, through a softening of tone, through the unspoken respect of people who sense a life that cannot be bought. There is challenge in your presence, and there is comfort. Challenge, because the way you carry yourself exposes the cost of living small. Comfort, because your calm makes it believable that peace is possible. The man gripping his steering wheel at a red light meets your eyes for half a second and stops rehearsing the argument he planned to win. The colleague known for snide comments hovers near your desk and, instead of sarcasm, asks an earnest question. The neighbor who watches you from across the hall lingers a beat longer, not to judge, but to remember what steadiness looks like. Practically, you can honor this gift by tending to what speaks before you do. Keep your shoulders open as if life is not a threat to be braced against. Let silence be full, not awkward. Use your voice like a tool, not a flare. Look at people in a way that says, "I see the person, not the performance." Guard your pace so that hurry doesn't hijack your authority. And when the stares come warm, puzzled, or resistant, receive them as a readout, not a verdict. They are the world's way of telling you that coherence is rare, that truth has a physical shape, and that your shape is recognizable. You are not trying to be unforgettable, you are simply becoming whole. Wholeness is conspicuous, the subconscious recognizes it, hearts long for it, eyes follow it. And when they do, let your life answer the question their stare is asking. What would it feel like to live from a center that cannot be shaken? Let's name what's happening when eyes linger on you. Projection. People rarely see you as you are. They see you through the lens of who they are becoming, what they fear, and what they have refused to face. When your steadiness meets their unhealed places, their own story flashes across your silhouette. Desire can paint you as a guide. Fear can cast you as a threat. Wounds can turn you into a reminder they didn't ask for. That's why the same presence draws one person close and pushes another away. Isn't it striking how a single glance at you can feel like admiration from one stranger and accusation from the next? Scripture has language for this inner film that plays on outer faces. Jesus said, "The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eye is healthy, your whole body will be full of light." Matthew 6:22. Eyes don't just look. They light what they see with the glow of the heart behind them. Paul adds that we see through a glass dimly, 1 Corinthians 13:12, which is another way of saying perception is a mirror before it becomes a window. When people stare, they are often studying their own reflection, not your reality. Consider Saul watching David return from battle. The songs of the crowd struck Saul's insecurity, and jealousy rewrote David into a rival he needed to destroy. 1 Samuel 18:6-12. David didn't change, Saul's lens did. Isn't that what you felt, how your presence stays steady while someone else's story shifts the frame? Your strength can expose where others handed their power away. Your purity can awaken their hunger for what they lost. Jesus encountered this with the Pharisees. His light revealed their hollowness, and rather than receive it, they projected malice onto him. Out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. Matthew 12:34. Their accusations were mirrors, not measurements. In the same way, that cold stare in the grocery aisle is often a confession. It says, "You remind me of the truth I shelved." The warm gaze that lingers a beat too long confesses something else. "You look like the person I might still become." Modern voices have traced this same human pattern. Brené Brown, a research professor known for her work on vulnerability, often notes that shame makes us protect ourselves with blame and story-spinning projection in motion. Viktor Frankl, the psychiatrist and survivor of the camps, wrote that between stimulus and response there is a space. In that space, we choose who we will be. Many skip the space and hurl their inner storm onto whoever stands still long enough to hold it. Your calm becomes a screen, their heart becomes the projector. You've seen it in small, ordinary scenes. In a checkout line, a man frowns as if you've slighted him, then loosens when you simply say, "Good afternoon." He wasn't reading your face, he was rereading a memory where power looked like arrogance. Another day, a young woman keeps glancing your way with a mix of awe and confusion. Later you hear her whisper, "I want that kind of peace." She wasn't measuring your outfit, she was measuring the distance between her frantic pace and your quiet center. Have you noticed how quickly a room tells on itself when you walk in? There's a tender layer too. Some people project hope. Your light touches a forgotten promise in them, and their gaze softens the way a child's eyes soften at the first sight of dawn. The disciples on the Emmaus Road felt their hearts burn before their minds recognized Jesus. Luke 24-32. Recognition often starts as projection warmed by grace. I don't know what I'm seeing, but I know I need it. Others project fear. Pilate looked at Jesus and felt threatened by a kingdom not from this world. His power was loud, but his soul was brittle. John 19:8-11. When brittle souls meet unbending peace, they call it danger. At times, projection arrives wrapped in admiration that has not yet matured into love. Maya Angelou, the poet and civil rights voice, once observed that people will forget what you said and did, but never forget how you made them feel. Many can't name why they remember you. They only know that standing near you felt like breathing cleaner air. That memory becomes its own magnet the next time they see you across a room. You, chosen one, are a physical vessel carrying a spiritual signature. Signatures are hard to forge and impossible to erase. Long before you had a label for what rests on you, people felt it. The prophet Jeremiah was set apart before he was formed, Jeremiah 1-5. In a similar way, your life has been speaking since you arrived, even when your mouth was quiet. Isn't that why you felt watched in classrooms, on sidewalks, in waiting rooms? Some read you accurately and are comforted, others misread you and grow suspicious. Both reactions are testimonies, not verdicts. Projection explains the confusion in those unmoving eyes at the far side of the cafe. It explains why a stranger locks onto you and then looks away as if caught. The stare is rarely about angles and outfits. It is about alignment. You are grounded while others feel unmoored. You carry substance in a culture trained to perform absence. You are real in a sea of illusions, and reality pulls focus without asking permission. A few moments from ordinary life make this plain. On a late train, a tired teacher kept glancing up from her papers to study you. When the car jolted, you steadied a stranger's suitcase and smiled. She exhaled, wiped a tear you weren't meant to see, and looked at you again, this time with relief. Your steadiness had borrowed her a minute of courage to face a failing student's file without contempt. In an office lobby, a man in a tailored suit scowled each time your eyes passed his. You did nothing but wait for the elevator. Later, he introduced himself and apologized for being short with the receptionist. His first glare had been aimed at his own compromise. You were only the nearest mirror. What do you do with all these looks? You don't shrink or perform. You remember what's true. Most reactions are autobiographies, not biographies. Keep your posture open and your pace honest. Let your gaze bless, not brand. Answer hostility with the same quiet that kept Jesus unshaken. Guard the space between stimulus and response so that someone else's storm does not draft your weather. And when someone freezes in your presence or watches from across the street with no clear reason, receive it as evidence of who you are, spiritually, psychologically, physically integrated. Alignment is rare enough to be conspicuous. You are a presence in a world distracted by absence. Your life rings with a note many have forgotten how to hear. Eyes turn towards sound. They always will. You already know why eyes keep finding you, chosen one, but now you're learning to read what those eyes are saying. Not every gaze speaks the same language. Some carry wonder, Some carry rivalry. Some carry a tremor from places in the soul that words can't reach. When you live awake, you stop assuming people are just looking at you. You recognize they're reacting to what's on you: light, authority, truth. The eye is the lamp of the body, Jesus said, and the lamp tells on the room it's in. If the lamp is bright, the whole room notices it without trying. Does that explain why you feel watched even when you're quiet, centered, and minding your own path? Let's start with the curious stare. You walk in, heads lift, and someone keeps glancing as if studying a painting they've seen before but can't place. They're not suspicious, they're searching. Your spirit feels familiar to them in a way their mind can't file. Think of Nicodemus coming to Jesus by night, drawn, unsettled, compelled to ask how new birth works, because something in him recognized light, even if he didn't yet understand it. Have you noticed how the curious will orbit your presence, then act like nothing happened? Don't be fooled by the casual glance. That is your confirmation that your light reached them. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and nations will come to your light. Is more than poetry. It's a pattern you are living out one room at a time. Next comes the intimidated stare, heavy, evasive, in and out. Eyes rise, slip away, then return as if they touched a live wire. You didn't threaten anyone. Your clarity did. People unsure of their footing often shrink before steady ground. Goliath mocked David until the sling spoke. Insecurity always rattles when authentic strength steps forward without noise. Have you felt the air tighten when you enter, the way a storm warns leaves before rain? That discomfort isn't your fault. Your presence confronts the places in others where they settled for less. The wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are bold as a lion. You don't roar, your peace does. Then there is the envious stare, sharp, clipped, measuring. It shows up as a smirk that doesn't quite become a smile, a frown that insists it's neutral, or an eye roll that pretends it saw nothing special. Envy is comparison wearing perfume. Cain looked at Abel that way before his anger had words, because favor exposes what performance cannot manufacture. You simply walk in truth, and those addicted to applause can't understand joy that doesn't need an audience. Stay gracious, not naive. Envy rarely announces itself, but it always leaks through the eyes. Guard your heart. Answer with excellence, not explanations. Now the recognizing stare, the one that stops time. A stranger catches your eyes and something ancient passes between you, as if two travelers remembered a road they once shared. Elizabeth felt it when Mary entered, and the child leapt. Spirits recognize covenant before minds approve of it. Have you ever seen tears gather without a conversation? That isn't drama, that's alignment. Sometimes it means your paths will cross again. Sometimes it means your prayer touched them long before your feet did. Take note of these glances. They are rare and sacred, signposts on a route God already drew. There is also the spiritually triggered stare confusion, salted with hostility, interest mixed with agitation. Light unsettles what hides in shadows. Truth makes lies feel exposed even when you say nothing. In the synagogue, a demon cried out when Jesus merely taught. Presence alone forced what was hidden to the surface. If you spot a look that feels like static in the air, trust your discernment. You are not wrestling with opinions but with atmospheres. Have you noticed how some rooms relax when you pray under your breath, while others bristle the moment you arrive? Your spirit didn't start the war, it revealed it. Keep your peace. Authority doesn't explain itself to agitation. Then comes the longing stare, soft, reverent, grateful without words. People read the quiet order of your soul and want it more than they want applause. They're not trying to take from you, they're hoping you're a sign that peace is still possible. The woman with the issue of blood looked for Jesus with that kind of gaze. She reached because she believed wholeness lived near him. When someone lingers on your laugh that doesn't need an audience, or the way you listen without hurrying, they're telling you a secret. Your life is a lighthouse. Does that change how you walk through ordinary places? It should. You'll meet the confused stare too. Logic stares when wonder refuses to fit a formula. You're not flashy, yet you glow. You don't chase rooms, yet rooms shift when you enter. The Pharisees looked at the healed man and kept asking how it happened. The new life standing before them was answer enough, but their categories had no shelf for it. When you don't fit the boxes start asking questions. Let them. Your existence teaches more than your explanations ever could. Of course, there's the attraction, stare, magnetic, warm, hard to disguise. Alignment is beautiful. Wholeness wears well on the face. Inner order radiates, and people notice. Attraction isn't always romantic. Sometimes it's the soul saying, that kind of integrity looks good on a human. King David's favor read as charm to some and threat to others. The same fragrance attracts and irritates depending on the heart smelling it. Keep your center. Don't confuse attention with assignment. Your glow is the byproduct of communion, not the goal. Finally, the empty stare eyes, fixed, yet strangely vacant, as if someone is looking through you rather than at you. It can feel eerie because your spirit senses more than the person in front of you. Scripture does not shy away from this layer of reality. Jesus recognized spirits and addressed them. Paul discerned what was behind the slave girl's flattering words and set her free. When that hollowness brushes against you, take it seriously. Strengthen your boundaries. Cover yourself in prayer. Speak life over your mind and your space. Not every gaze is harmless, and not every stare belongs to a person. To anchor this in your daily walk, notice how Scripture keeps whispering through these categories. Deep calls to deep explains the recognizing glance. The eye is the lamp of the body, decodes the way curiosity, envy, and longing announce themselves. Arise, shine, names the light on you that unsettles darkness and steadies the humble. You are not imagining the temperature changes around your life. You are reading them correctly. Real life keeps confirming it. Maya Angelou, the American poet and civil rights voice, once said, "People will forget what you said and did, but never forget how you made them feel." That's why the curious and the longing return to your presence, even if they can't quote a word you spoke. Mother Teresa, known for radical compassion, carried a gaze that made world leaders lower their voices. Love, in its pure form, disarms the room. And think of a visionary founder like Steve Jobs, whose obsession with simplicity made people stare at a phone as if it were art, proof that clarity has a gravitational pull even in technology. If excellence can bend attention in boardrooms, how much more can holiness bend it in everyday places? Let this land with something practical. A woman named Lisa started showing up early to work, to sit in her car and breathe a brief psalm before walking in 1 minute of, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" Over weeks, she noticed the office bully avoid her eyes, while a new intern kept drifting to her desk just to ask how her weekend went. The stares didn't stop. They changed. Authority quieted aggression, and peace drew the hungry. Another time, a young barista in your neighborhood met your eyes and froze, then smiled with a softness that said, "I recognize something good." You spoke a blessing over her day without fanfare. Later, she admitted that she had almost quit that morning. Small glances, deep stories. You are not at the mercy of how people look at you. You've simply become fluent in a language most never learn to read. Curiosity is an invitation to carry light with humility. Intimidation is a reminder to stay gentle and grounded. Envy is a cue to protect your heart and refuse unnecessary battles. Recognition is a holy breadcrumb on your path. Spiritual agitation is a call to pray rather than explain. Longing is a nudge to be present and kind. Confusion is evidence that you don't need to fit to function. Attraction is confirmation that alignment shines. An empty stare is your signal to cover, cleanse, and keep moving wisely. Walk on, chosen one, with eyes that see and a spirit that interprets. Let your life stay rooted in the presence that makes everything else make sense. The Spirit Himself bears witness with our spirit that we are children of God. When that witness stands in you, every room will try to read it. Now you know how to read them. Chosen one. Now you see the deeper meaning behind these glances, these lingering looks, these silent conversations. Stares are never just stares when you're walking in divine light. They are responses, they are signs, they are messages. Some confirm your path, some reveal the inner world of others. Some are warnings, some are invitations, but all of them are part of the experience of being chosen. You are a rare presence in this world. Don't be surprised when people can't look away. Let them see, let them wonder, let them remember. Because even if they never speak a word to you, the moment their eyes met yours, something in them shifted. And that chosen one is how you change the world, silently. You've sensed it for a while, but it's time to name it with clarity. Your energy disturbs spirits. Not only the unsettled places inside people, but also what clings to them, old agreements, inherited patterns, unclean attachments that feed on fear, trauma, addiction, confusion, lust, and bitterness. When you arrive, you don't just enter a room, you introduce a higher order. Your light is not a soft glow, it carries divine fire. Fire purifies, fire reveals, fire disrupts. Have you noticed how things begin to shift before you even speak? How a conversation cools or heats up the moment you step into it? That isn't random. Your presence is a verdict. Your alignment with God is a sound in the spirit, and sleeping things wake up when you walk in. Scripture shows this again and again. When Jesus merely taught in the synagogue, a demon cried out without being addressed by name. Mark 1:23-26. Presence alone agitated what hid in the shadows. When David played the harp, the tormenting spirit left Saul. 1 Samuel 16:23. Harmony drove out heaviness. And when Paul met the slave girl in Philippi, he discerned the spirit behind flattering words and cut the cord with a command. Acts 16:16-18. Do you see the pattern? Light exposes, authority dislodges, peace rearranges atmospheres. That's why some people shift in their chair when you approach, why eyes avoid yours, why a sudden chill moves through a friendly room. You didn't do something wrong, you carry something right, and the counterfeit hates exposure. This is warfare on a quiet frequency, not a public spectacle. You're not swinging fists, you're standing in assignment. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:4. Your worship is a weapon. Your refusal to gossip is a weapon. Your calm is a weapon. Have you noticed how agitation tries to bait you into drama? People nitpick, provoke, and test your boundaries. Most of them couldn't explain why. Something in them wants to pull you out of character, because when you remain in your divine posture, the spirit powering the conflict loses influence. Resist the devil, and he will flee. James 4:7 is not only about temptation, it is about refusing to descend to a frequency where darkness thrives. Peace, for you, is not passivity, it's power. The peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds. Philippians 4:7. The world runs on chaos. Unclean spirits stir it to keep people disoriented. But you arrive grounded, unbothered, aligned, and suddenly their favorite weather breaks. The room can't be manipulated the way it used to. That is why some strangers bristle, why old friends ghost you, why even family grows distant without clear reason. Either they rise to the new atmosphere, or the old atmosphere flees your presence. Have you felt relationships fall away the moment you got serious about purity, prayer, and purpose? That wasn't a social accident. Light drew a line, and everything chose a side. You'll also see the subtler trap. Spirits of confusion that can't dim you, try to distract you. Someone enters with intense words, fast intimacy, and stirring chemistry. It feels magnetic at first, then your peace thins, decisions blur, and you leave conversations drained. That isn't connection, it's a siphon. It wants access to your power source. Remember Samson and Delilah. Charm without alignment became a doorway to sabotage. Judges 16. Your discernment is not suspicion, it's stewardship of a calling too expensive to fumble. What do you feel in your body when the room is wrong? What does your spirit hear when the words sound right but the wind feels off? Let's ground this in the everyday. There was a season when you began starting your mornings with Psalm 91, speaking refuge out loud before unlocking the door. You noticed the office gossip taper off when you entered, as if the conversation lost oxygen. A manager who had been curt for months softened, then quietly asked how you stay so calm. Another day, standing in line for groceries, a man behind you grew visibly agitated. The longer he stood near you, shifting, huffing, unable to settle until he abandoned his cart. You said nothing. You simply carried presence. Your life preached to the air. Because you carry authority, you also carry responsibility. Spiritual hygiene matters. Cover yourself in the word. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Pray before you enter rooms and bless them as you leave. Worship until your heart and breath agree. Fast when the noise gets loud. Speak the name of Jesus over your mind, your home, your work. Some believers burn incense or sage as a symbolic reset. Others use anointing oil and scripture aloud. Whatever you choose, anchor it in Christ's finished work, not in ritual alone. The power is not in the tool, but in the truth. Do you notice how a single minute of honest prayer restores more order than an hour of anxious planning? Guard your gates. Reduce the headlines that train your nervous system to live on alarm. Curate your playlists so your car becomes a sanctuary, not a landfill. Choose silence over small talk when your spirit needs to recover. Honor your body, sleep, hydration, simple food, because a weary vessel confuses signals. And cultivate agreement in community. 2 or 3 in unity can set a whole table free. Matthew 18:20. You don't need to be loud to be lethal to darkness. You need to be consistent. Your calling is not neutrality, it is transformation. Every step in truth unmasks a lie. Every no to compromise strengthens someone else's yes. Every time you forgive, an old chain rattles loose in a family line. You are a walking deliverance, not because you chase manifestations, but because you host a presence. That's why some people relax around you without knowing why. That's why others can't stand to sit beside you. Your energy, shaped by intimacy with God, demands a decision: rise or run. If any piece of this hits home, if you've felt rooms react, if you've watched faces change, if you've been blamed for tension, you didn't create drop a 999 inches, the comments. Let other chosen ones see the pattern too. You are not isolated, and you are not imagining this. Heaven notices you, hell notices you, and God has not sent you without covering. You are the light of the world. Let your light shine. Matthew 5:14-16. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High will abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Psalm 91:1. Keep shining. Keep disturbing what should not be comfortable. Keep exposing what has overstayed its welcome. Old patterns need shaking. Shadows need revealing. Systems need breaking. Your light is the match, and your peace is the blaze. Walk in, speak life, stay aligned, and refuse to apologize for carrying exactly what this hour requires. When it happens again, and it will, what do you do, chosen one? Now that you understand why strangers can't stop staring, and how your atmosphere unsettles darkness and awakens hunger in the spirit, this is where stewardship begins. Your presence won't fade, and your resonance won't shrink itself to make others comfortable. But your response, that is your crown. You are not being watched because something is broken in you. You are being noticed because something in you is blazing. Jesus said, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." That is not poetry for someone else. It is your daily assignment. Matthew 5:14-16. When eyes lock onto you, what if you let that moment become proof that your light is working? Start here. Do not collapse into yourself. Lift your chin, unfold your shoulders, breathe as if heaven is filling your lungs. Why would you apologize for a lamp that refuses to go under a basket? Isaiah's call meets you in public spaces. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. Could it be that the stares you fear are actually confirmations you prayed for? You asked God to use you. How else will the room know He sent you, if not by the glow they cannot explain? Not every gaze is the same. Some looks carry hunger and hope, others carry envy, confusion, or accusation. Jesus lived under both kinds. Crowds pressed to touch Him because something in them recognized life when He walked by. Mark 5:27-34. In Nazareth, they stared too, but with offense, because familiarity resented the anointing. Luke 4:28-29. You will meet both. That's why you hold your center. Your first response is not words, but presence. The Spirit in you testifies before you speak. Romans 8:16. Your stillness tells the truth. You are not here to perform, you are here to shine. Train your discernment. Observe without absorbing. When an unfamiliar intensity meets your eyes, ask your inner watchman, what does this carry? Curiosity or hostility, inspiration or agitation? The body will whisper what the spirit already knows. A sudden tightness can be your warning to step out of range. A wave of warmth can be your Father nodding, this one is yours today. The apostles learned this in real time. People recognized them as men who had been with Jesus, and recognition came with both favor and threat. Acts 4:13. Doesn't your day feel like that sometimes? Open doors and silent warfare in the same hallway. If the energy feels off, you do not owe an explanation. Move, bless under your breath. No weapon formed against me shall prosper is more than a verse. It is legal language in the courts of heaven. Isaiah 54:17. You are not being dramatic when you shield your spirit. You are practicing covenant. If you feel a pull to engage, keep it brief and grounded. Often one steady, unafraid glance, rooted in peace rather than challenge, rearranges the atmosphere. Power is not always volume. Sometimes authority is the quiet that refuses to be shaken. And when the gaze is warm, receive it with humility. Let admiration become an altar, not a stage. When someone looks at you and softens, it might be the moment grace chose them. Jesus taught that letting your light shine causes others to glorify the Father. Matthew 5:16. What if the point of being seen is to point? Build daily protection like you brush your teeth. Morning is your consecration room. Before the notifications, place your spirit under Psalm 91. Speak it, not as a quote, but as jurisdiction. I dwell in the secret place of the Most High. His faithfulness is my shield. No harmful intent gains passage today. Then clothe your inner life with the armor Paul described, truth at your core, righteousness guarding your heart, peace on your steps, faith on your arm, salvation on your mind, the word on your tongue, prayer like breath, Ephesians 6:10-18. Isn't it easier to deflect the dart you expected than to heal the wound you never covered? Real people have lived this visibility and carried it well. Consider Mother Teresa, the Catholic sister who walked Calcutta's streets with a small frame and a thunderous gentleness. Crowds stared because holiness looks unusual in a hurried world. Her gaze back was simple, present, unthreatened, available. Or think of Martin Luther King Jr., a pastor and civil rights leader. When he entered a room, both love and rage stirred. He learned to anchor his body and voice to a kingdom that cannot be shaken. Your stage may be a train car, a checkout line, or an office corridor, but the same law holds. The greater the light, the greater the reaction. How could it be otherwise? Let me bring this closer. There was a young designer named Mia who dreaded her morning commute. The stairs wore her down, some curious, some cutting. One Tuesday, she changed her pregame. She read Psalm 27 out loud, straightened her posture, and asked the Spirit to sit on her shoulders. At the platform, the same pressure found her, but her breath was steady, her eyes soft. A man who often glared at her approached and said, "I don't know why, but when you stand here, I feel calmer." Mia did not preach. She nodded, smiled, and whispered, "Thank you." That evening she washed the day off with worship and a handful of salt in warm water, telling the Lord, "I return what is not mine and receive what is." Did her life become conflict-free? Not at all. But the room no longer decided who she was. Her spirit did. Practice this rhythm of observe, bless, release. When attention clings to you like dust, cleanse it the way priests learn to cleanse the temple regularly, not resentfully. Pray, sit in silence for 7 slow breaths, and imagine your mind under living water. If you like, add embodied acts that point your soul to truth. A walk without your phone, a journal line that says, "Today I choose peace," or even a simple salt bath as a physical reminder that what clings will not remain. This is not superstition, it is stewardship. Temple keepers don't wait for cobwebs to win. Guard your intake as fiercely as your outflow. Proverbs counsels, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. If your energy is a beacon, what are you feeding the flame? Gratitude in the morning is wood on holy fire. Complaining first thing is water on the embers. Wouldn't it change the whole day if your first words were, "I am covered, I am sent, I am here to lift," rather than, "I hope no one stares at me"? There will be moments when fear tries to sit in your chest. Remember the promise. God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1-7. Power keeps you from shrinking. Love keeps you from hardening. A sound mind keeps you from spiraling. You don't have to match the room's chaos. You carry a kingdom that orders the room. You are not here to hide. You are here to activate. Sometimes your light will soothe, sometimes it will expose, and occasionally it will offend what cannot live in the open. Even that is mercy. Let your presence do its work, while your words remain few and full of grace. And when the day ends, whether you gathered smiles or swallowed shadows, return to the one who sent you. Lay every gaze at his feet. Receive his own. Look back at you, the only gaze that defines you. Then rise again, chosen one, ready to walk through the world as what you truly are. A lamp on a stand, a city on a hill, and a steady, unafraid witness that God is near. Listen closely, because this part protects your calling. You don't owe anyone your energy. Your presence is not a public utility. When eyes follow you, when hands reach for what you carry, you are not required to smile on demand, explain yourself, or pour from a cup God asked you to guard. Availability does not equal assignment. You are available to the mission, not to every appetite. Jesus himself often withdrew to solitary places to pray. If the sun guarded his hours, how much more should you guard yours? When you choose silence over small talk or step away instead of engaging a curious stranger, you're not being cold, you're being a good steward of a holy flame. Does your spirit feel the difference between a tug that drains and a pull that God anointed? That's wisdom waking up in you. Walk with intention, even in ordinary places. A grocery aisle becomes a corridor of influence when you carry quiet authority. A meeting room becomes a sanctuary when you arrive aligned. Scripture calls you a chosen generation, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness. 1 Peter 2-9. Declaring is not only words, it's posture, breath, and the steady way you hold your peace. Your light is loud, it will disturb shadows, awaken sleepers, and comfort the aching. But it must never make you small. When the glances come, inhale as if heaven is near, lengthen your spine, and let your spirit lead your body. You were never trained to hide. You were formed to shift atmospheres and to carry something sacred that reminds the world what divine presence looks like in human form. Now we need to talk about the weight few mention, the responsibility of being seen. You've felt it, the sense of being observed, studied, sometimes admired, other times misread. That isn't random, it is part of your assignment. Visibility is spiritual stewardship. You weren't created to blend into safe gray. When others see you, many catch a glimpse of what is possible for them. Have you noticed how a single courageous life can unlock permission in a room? In the Gospels, people watched Jesus long before they understood him. Some were drawn, others were threatened, but no one was neutral. Your journey will carry that same paradox. With visibility comes pressure. The spotlight reveals as much as it celebrates. You feel it when you enter a space and everything shifts, even if you say nothing. You feel it when you post online and the atmosphere replies. You feel it when you try to shrink, yet your spirit refuses to cooperate. That heaviness isn't there to crush you, it's there to train you. David understood this when Samuel anointed him. From that day on, he was seen differently, yet he still returned to tending sheep until the due season arrived. 1 Samuel 16. Can you notice how God is teaching you to carry oil in ordinary places? Not everyone who wants access merits it. Be wise with your gate. Jesus let the crowds watch, but he gave his explanations to the disciples and his most vulnerable moments to the Father. That pattern keeps you whole. Guard your inner court. Proverbs counsels. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Long before you walk out the door, clothe your spirit with the armor of God, truth securing your core, righteousness over your heart, peace on your steps, faith ready to intercept darts, salvation steadying your mind, the word close to your mouth, prayer like oxygen. Ephesians 6:10-18. Isn't it easier to deflect what never got inside? You will be misread sometimes. Jesus was called a friend of sinners and accused of having a demon, two opposite labels for the same holy man. Luke 7, John 8. Why would you expect a world at war with truth to always describe you accurately? Refuse the compulsion to explain every rumor or fix every false impression. Choose clean motives over clean image. Choose integrity when the room looks away, because someone never does. Paul wrote, "Am I now seeking the approval of man or of God?" Galatians 1:10. If heaven's gaze is your North Star, human weather will stop tossing you. When the strain of attention feels heavy, remember the promise. God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1-7. Power keeps you from shrinking. Love keeps you from hardening. A sound mind keeps you from spinning. Your leadership in the Spirit is not theatrical, it is real. Chosen ones don't chase stages. Yet when the light finds them, they don't flinch because they know the light within is stronger than the light upon them. Isn't that why your spirit keeps standing you back up? So, what do you do with this responsibility? Rise into it. Stop apologizing for being present. Stop diluting what God concentrated. Stop cutting the message to fit smaller plates. Own your assignment. Honor your visibility. Show up on purpose. Speak with intention. Walk with clarity. Joseph could not turn off his dreams to make his brothers comfortable. In time, the dreams served those very brothers. Genesis 37:45. Your visibility is not vanity, it is service. Some people will never read a sacred page, but they will read your patience. Some will never enter a sanctuary, but they will stand near your peace and feel a door open inside them. When they look at you, something transferable moves: truth, healing, conviction, clarity. At day's end, practice energetic hygiene, the way priests tended lamps in the tabernacle regularly and reverently. Pray. Sit in stillness long enough for your breath to grow unhurried. If it helps, bathe with a pinch of salt as a physical reminder that what clings cannot remain. Speak out what is happening inside you. I release every energy that is not mine. I send it back without malice and reclaim my peace. Then fill the room with gratitude. Gratitude is kingdom air. Ungratefulness is fog. Can you feel how quickly the atmosphere shifts when thankfulness enters? Now, let it settle into your bones. You are not being seen for attention, you are being seen for alignment. The more you resist the call, the heavier it feels. The moment you accept it, weight becomes strength. Acceptance doesn't make the world gentler, it makes you deeper. You will no longer be startled by eyes in the room. You will be guided by the eyes that never leave you. You'll let your light speak when language fails, and let your presence work when ears are closed. This is what spiritual leadership looks like: quiet, fearless, durable. Take a steady breath. Let truth root itself. The reason people look at you was never surface. It has always been essence, assignment, and presence. You carry light. You carry purpose. You carry the echo of a voice that called you by name. Their spirit recognizes yours. Their shadows feel exposed, or their wounds feel safe. Either way, you were not designed to slip through life unnoticed. You were fashioned to awaken sleepers and remind the world that truth still walks around with skin on. From this moment, stop apologizing for being seen. Stop trying to disappear into the crowd. You are confirmation that purpose wears flesh. Let them stare. Let them wonder. Let them feel. Something shifts when their eyes meet yours, awakenings you may never hear about, healings you may never witness, seeds you may never see grow. But know this with a quiet certainty: your light is working. Walk as one seen first by heaven, and let everything else catch up. God's chosen one. The stairs were never just about you, they were about what moves through you. In a noisy age of scrolling opinions and tired souls, your quiet authority still turns heads. That's not vanity, that's evidence. Evidence that light still interrupts darkness. Evidence that presence still speaks when words fall short. When people look twice, something inside them remembers what wholeness feels like, and for a brief second, the world becomes possible again. If I can offer a personal word for today's moment, I believe we are living in a time when visibility is sacred work, not influencer visibility, the holy kind. The kind that carries warmth into cold rooms, order into scattered minds, and mercy into harsh spaces. You don't have to be perfect to be used, you only have to be available to the mission. Let your posture preach, let your patience minister, let your peace set the tone. In a culture that rewards volume, your stillness will be the miracle some people were praying for. Carry this with you. You don't owe everyone your energy, but you owe God your yes. Guard your gate, honor your assignment, and walk like someone seen by heaven first. When the glances come, breathe and remember, your spirit is not here to perform, it is here to reveal. Some will feel disturbed, some inspired, some awakened. Your job is to remain faithful and let the fruit speak for itself. Before you go, I'd love for you to stay connected with this community. If this message strengthened you, drop a 777 in the comments so others know they're not standing alone. Like, subscribe, and share this with someone who's been wondering why rooms keep turning toward them. Your engagement helps us keep creating, and to everyone who has supported through super thanks, thank you deeply. Whether you give or simply show up with an open heart, you are part of this mission. I bless your steps this week. May your light be steady, your boundaries strong, your discernment sharp, and your peace unbothered. May you feel the nearness of God in ordinary halls and crowded streets, and may every stair become a reminder that purpose is alive in you. Thank you for being here, for listening with courage, and for walking this out in real life. You are seen, you are covered, you are sent,